Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a World Crypto News Report. My name is Chris J. I'm from Feathercoin. I'm joined here by Andreas Antonopoulos, a Bitcoin developer, and we are reporting to you on the latest MtGox situation. This is the price on Bitstamp, according to bitcoinwisdom.com. This is the 15-minute chart. Since we last reported to you about 8 hours ago, the price has seen a little bit of a rebound, although I would draw your attention to the pretty low volumes here. So I wouldn't read too much into that at the moment. This comes off the back of recent news of what has to be one of the best announcements MtGox has ever made. It really does stand up there in a shining light, high up on the league table, in light of recent news reports and the potential repercussions on Mt. Gox's operations and the market. A decision was taken to close all transactions for the time being in order to protect the site and our users. We will be closely monitoring the situation and will react accordingly. Best regards, MtGox team. And this comes about what must have been, Andreas, 18 to 20 hours after this leaked document emerged. What do you make of it?
I'm just, well, I'm feeling very mixed feelings right now. I'm very upset, and I'm hurt by the knowledge that it seems likely at this point that a lot of people have lost large amounts of money, and I'm angry at Carpellis and Gox for just being, at best, irresponsible on such a massive scale. I don't know what's going on any more than anybody else does. I've seen the leaked documents. I've seen the claims that all of the funds are gone. And I know that this is probably going to take weeks just to find out what exactly is going on, but certainly if this allegation or these claims were not true, I would have expected to see at the very least a statement from Gox saying we have the money, and the fact that they can't even make that statement is extremely worrying and leads me to believe that it seems they don't. And so, you know, we can draw some conclusions. They had said in the past that they kept funds in cold storage. So either that cold storage wasn't actually cold, or something else is going on, something worse. And, you know, really speculating at this point without information is probably, you know, is certainly irresponsible. So all we can do is go on what information is out there and the response we see from Gox. And unfortunately what they're doing is they're creating more uncertainty by not providing clear information to the market. You know, if the money's gone, Mark, just say, look, the money's gone, everyone. And let's move on from there and figure out how to unravel this mess. This is going to be a hard lesson for everyone in Bitcoin, but it's important to learn the right lesson. The right lesson is that the Bitcoin decentralized system depends on ownership and trusts being retained by the end users. If you have your keys and no one else has your keys, then your funds are as secure as your control and ownership of those keys. And this is a message that I've been delivering consistently for more than 2 years now, and for almost 2 years now. What Gox did is they demonstrated that if you take all of the funds off the blockchain, take control of all of the users' keys, then you have to trust in Gox and not the Bitcoin blockchain. And trust in institutions with centralized control over money is something we've seen in the past. And it's something that requires either heavy external auditing and regulation, or it leads to potentially catastrophic results. The hard lesson to realize here is that in Bitcoin we can do better. We can do cryptographic proof of solvency of exchanges. We can verify their funds using the transparency features of the blockchain, and we can set up systems that keep the control of keys and the control of funds in the hands of the users. I work for Blockchain Info, and we have 1.2 million or more web wallets, and blockchain has no access to the funds in those wallets. Blockchain has no access to the keys that control the funds in those wallets. Everything that happens on that site happens in the user's browser, with the user's password, and with the user controlling the keys and creating transactions in their browser. We never touch the funds, we never touch the keys. Not only could we not be robbed of customer funds by an external force, blockchain couldn't steal the funds from the customers even if we wanted to, because we have no access to them. Only the customers have access to the keys. That is a model that works better. It's a model that depends on the blockchain to offer trust, and it's a model that is secure by design. The model that we saw at Gox, the custodial model where other people hold access to your keys, is a risky model, and it requires you to trust in the operations of that company. And so what Gox had done was they had removed the controls that give you trust through the blockchain by taking over the keys, and they hadn't added the controls you see in a regular banking system that at least provide a modicum of trust through independent audit, which also fail, as we've seen repeatedly, but at least are more trustworthy than a dude in Japan who has repeatedly demonstrated very poor management skills. So I hope we take away the right lesson, and the lesson is that we can do a lot better in terms of not only securing customer funds, but also improving the security of those funds in using the programmatic features and cryptographic proof of the blockchain. One of the reasons I decided to work with blockchain as the chief security officer is because I really believe in that decentralized model, and I think it's a much more secure model than we see in other parts of the industry. But there are ways to even improve custodial access. There are ways to provide cryptographic proof of solvency and to do independent audits of solvency in those companies that do have custodial access to funds. And so, Gox has been at first a pioneer that created the exchange and created price discovery for Bitcoin, and in the last 2.5 years they have been a constant source of really catastrophic management failures and incompetence. And I think this is the final straw. It's important to remember that a lot of people have lost a lot of money, most likely from what we see. And this will be a devastating blow for these people. And my heartfelt sympathy goes out to everyone who's been affected by this. I hope we can work together to make sure that the exchanges and web wallets and other companies that operate in the Bitcoin ecosystem, companies that are well managed, companies that are well operated, companies staffed by competent professionals that operate in good faith and innovate and deliver creative solutions every single day. Remember, this is a huge industry with hundreds of companies and thousands of people working very, very hard, all in good faith, and we cannot let the actions of one person sully the reputations of the people who have absolutely shown good faith and good judgment in this space. And I hope that with the help of other people in the industry and working together, we can improve and undo some of the damage caused by this one company to the reputation of the entire ecosystem, and build back some of the trust. And we're going to have to work harder and better to do that. But Bitcoin continues to be one of the most incredible inventions of the century, one that has the potential to empower billions of people around the world and to fundamentally change their lives in a positive way by giving them control over their money and empowering financial services in places that have never seen financial services. I think that promise is too important and too big, and I will continue to work to make sure that we can fulfill that promise despite the setbacks caused by essentially a single individual acting irresponsibly.
Yeah, very well said. Very well said. Yeah, you're absolutely right about learning the right lessons from this situation. I feel that, parasites are always going to attach themselves to areas of value. They're always going to be able to find something that is very resourceful and generative underneath, and then they're going to attach themselves. And the best way we can deal with this over the long run is by, the way cattle do. You just swat them like flies. But in the meantime, I still feel as though this issue is going to linger because we have not had full closure on the MtGox matter. Just to back up a little bit, this was a document you can see on my screen right now that was released by a guy calling himself the 2-Bit Idiot, who has a blog and a newsletter. Now, initially when he released this document about 24 hours ago, or just under, people, including myself, I was very skeptical. I told him that he had to take down his post and actually publish the document in full, which he then proceeded to do. And this appears to be an internal document from Gox, although this hasn't been categorically verified. I don't think. We have had some claims. Jonathan Waller, who's pretty respected Bitcoin advocate on Twitter, has said that it's real. I'm not sure how he knows that, although he is based in Japan, so he may have privileged access there. But this was the thing that came as a shock to people. This is the document appears to reveal that 744,408 Bitcoins are missing due to a malleability-related theft, which went unnoticed for several years, and that's around $365 million at the current market value. That's an astronomical figure. In fact, they even used the phrase down here, at risk of appearing hyperbolic. I'm not quite sure how you could appear hyperbolic when you've got this much money involved. This could be the end of Bitcoin, or at least for the public. I think that's kind of overstating things a little bit.
Well, that's a hyperbolic
right
part. This is not the end of Bitcoin. If anything, I think what this does is very similar to what happened with the Silk Road. We've had a thorn in the side of this community for 2 years now. This is not the first time Gox has caused problems. This is not the first time Gox's irresponsible management have caused widespread ripples and negative publicity and losses for customers. And just like after the closure of Silk Road, when people predicted, okay, that's it, clearly the main reason for Bitcoin, which was drugs, is gone, and now it will be gone. And that's not what happened. What happened was Silk Road's demise proved that the main reason for Bitcoin was not drugs. Gox's demise will prove that trust in centralized custodian accounts was the problem, not Bitcoin, and that the industry will improve its practices and we can find better solutions that protect customer funds. It will not be the end of Bitcoin because Bitcoin didn't fail. This wasn't Bitcoin failing. This was a company with a long history of mismanagement failing again for the 5th time, and this time failing in the most perhaps spectacular and final way if these reports are correct. But again, nothing changed in the protocol of Bitcoin, nothing changed in the fundamental security. The blockchain trust was never violated. The security in the blockchain was never violated. People who had not handed over their money to Gox to manage on their behalf with complete control of their keys and without any control for the user have lost money. People who did not hand their money over to Gox but used their own cryptographic keys or put them in accounts that allowed them to maintain control of those keys did not lose their money. And what this teaches us is that more people should maintain control of their keys. And what this teaches us is if you trust other people with your keys, you'd better have some way of basing that trust. And if you trust companies that have a long record of mismanagement, then there is a high risk of problems with that, with placing your trust in those people. And I'm not saying that that means that the people who put their money in Gox deserve this. They did not. Absolutely not. In fact, a lot of very well-respected and smart people in the Bitcoin community also made the same mistake. And because of convenience, because they wanted to be able to trade on a more rapid basis, because of a number of different reasons, a lot of people had funds on Gox and lost these funds. And that's a tragedy regardless of whether it's a tragedy that just affects Gox customers or everybody else. So this is not by any means the end of Bitcoin. I think this is yet again another prematurely written obituary, and in the long run we'll see that Bitcoin survives. In fact, ironically, what we've seen so far, at least, is that Mt. Gox's the concerns over Mt. Gox's or MtGox's solvency have been priced into the Bitcoin markets now for 3 weeks at least.
That's a good point.
And so the market was already trading significantly down from its previous stable levels, essentially from a stable level of mid 800s. We've been trading in the mid 600s and now in the mid 500s, because the price has already accounted for Gox being in serious financial crisis. I expect that we're probably going to see some more setbacks once, or if this is confirmed, if more information comes out, if we see more bad news, we're going to see more setbacks. But you know what else happened this week? Several large companies added Bitcoin to their merchant services. The developers completely ignored all of this bullshit and focused on improving the code and maintaining the code, and among other things have been preparing a fee reduction that cuts the fees by 90% to half a cent, from a minimum fee of 5 cents to a minimum fee of half a cent. And a lot of other things have been going on. The first bank licensed Bitcoin exchange in Cyprus, NeoB, opened its doors yesterday. Many other organizations continue to adopt Bitcoin. The new things we learned this week were all positive. The negative things we learned this week, we've learned before. We knew Gox was a problem, and there's nothing new about that news. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to cause some short-term panicky responses. Some people are going to pull their money out of various exchanges and various web wallets, and I would anticipate we're going to see some further price hits. But this is far from the end of Bitcoin. Bitcoin continues to be fundamentally a very useful invention that will have a world-changing impact, and a single company and a single individual can't change that. Not even Mark Karpelès can sink the Bitcoin ship, even though he seems to have fired several very large torpedoes at us.
And one of the things that really stands out in this story is his absence from the dialogue, that we haven't had a chance to hear the defense in all of this, that we haven't heard his side of the story. And so, this is the issue that Ryan, that's the real name of this chap, the 2-bit idiot, his name is Ryan, is saying that actually what's more sinister here is the way that MtGox chose to take this under their control with a 4-part strategy, as you can see here, with step 1 being to immediately reduce liabilities. So they're not coming forward. They're not sort of saying, right, okay, guys, we're not up for this. We clearly aren't good enough for this job. We need some outside help. They're not asking for help. What they're doing is they're trying to fix this on their own by trying to recapitalize their balance sheets. Now, where have we heard this story before? All right, this has already happened in the banking system. And they're trying to bail themselves out by trying to stall for time. Quite how they thought they were going to generate 750,000 bitcoins just from trading fees. How on earth did they think they were going to get away with this? And here is supposedly a timeline where they, engage in this remarketing effort. They're going to do it all through Twitter and Facebook, of course. They're going to rebrand it as Gox. Fantastic. They're going to get rid of the CEO. They're going to get some experts. They don't have any names of any experts by the looks of things. They've just said they're going to come up with some experts that are going to take over. And look, they've got financial assets, 5 million that are currently held by CoinLab. They've got another 5.5 million currently held by DHS. They've got some 2,000 bitcoins in the hot wallet, and then of course they've got these huge liabilities on the right. And also, and this is something that kept coming up in the discourse today, 1.1 million accounts of and with over 500,000 verified customers, and a lot of people on the IRC were concerned that their data was going to be misused, that they'd given this data over, with the intention to trade, but now that if MtGox goes into other hands, the concern is that it may be misused by the new buyer because they will simply change the terms of the contract. So that's kind of the summary. There was also this page here. Andreas, did you make anything of this? Oh, hi. Got Mad Bitcoins has just joined us, and we also have Bonavest as well. Say hi, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, we're just going through. We're just doing a quick recap. Got Andreas's response about learning the right lessons from this, so that we can recover and move on. I'm just showing people the leaked document from yesterday. I've already shown them the announcement from, well, you can call it an announcement from MtGox today. And what did you guys make of this account sheet? This doesn't look like this was put together by a chief financial officer, does it?
Maybe if he's still in grade school.
Right. This doesn't look that professional.
Yeah, I don't think that's official. I don't think. I think maybe there's some good truth in it. I mean, I wouldn't say all of it's just gibberish, but I wouldn't necessarily say that's officially from Gox.
Yeah, I mean, who knows at this point? I think what we're going to see probably in the next 48 hours is some legally imposed audits from the outside. And then we might see certain people go to jail over this, if these reports are correct.
I don't think anybody's going to jail. I think it's bad business. I think it's bad business. I think it's just a lot of bad stuff. If these funds are gone, if these funds are in fact gone, someone's going to jail. Especially in Japan, I think that is a very, very high likelihood.
Andres, do you have any background on the laws of Japan? Are they more harsh or less harsh? What would you say?
I don't know much about the financial regulations in Japan, but what I do know is that the Japanese system does not have the traditional systems of due process and presumption of innocence, and that in fact if a prosecutor decides to bring charges, those lead to a more than 99% conviction rate, with very little recourse for defendants to have juries or defense attorneys or due process testimonial protections and things like that. So once the Japanese system of justice starts rolling, it is assumed that if charges are brought against someone, that's because they're guilty, and that is usually the outcome.
Yeah,
it's a very different system than there is here. Really, it's about prosecutorial discretion more than anything else, because convictions are almost guaranteed due to the structure of law. So I don't know what's going to happen next, but I would be very surprised if Mark Karpeles, if these funds are gone, I would be very surprised if he doesn't face charges. But
well, let's understand one thing, though. Even though the laws may be very strict and different and all that good stuff, the biggest factor is it's international law, because we're talking about something that's going on in Japan but is actually coming from other countries, which is a completely different factor in regards to how those laws are interpreted. So granted, if you're a citizen in Japan and you commit a crime in Japan, yes, the laws and the due process are very harsh and very quick. But when you're an outsider and you have a business set up in Japan and you're conducting business with other funds coming from another country, and you've got upset people in other countries, I think it's going to be a little bit different. I don't think it's going to be as swift, and I also don't think it's going to be as harsh.
Oh, yeah, it might be harsher. Who knows? I mean, I'd like to not dwell on that too much, because we really don't know much in this particular instance as to what's going on. I have posted a couple of statements online, and I'd like to talk a bit about those, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please go ahead.
If we could also bring these up on the page there. So the first thing is, I think it's really important to communicate clearly, directly, honestly, as much as possible about exactly what is going on, because uncertainty is the worst thing here. A couple of hours. Yeah, I don't know if I can do screen share at the moment with my laptop, the way it's set up.
I've got it on mine.
All right, because otherwise it'll show you talking when you talk. So.
Yeah, that's okay.
So I've got your statement on the screen, so go ahead and talk if you want to talk over it.
Okay, thank you. So a couple of hours ago, I posted a statement about MtGox and my understanding of what is going on. It's really an account of everything from my perspective, what I knew, when I knew it, how I found out, what I think is going on, what I know and what I don't know. And also it's about what I was doing yesterday and what I plan to do next. And I hope you take a moment to read that statement through and have a look at what's going on in at least in my background. There's really no behind the scenes here, because nobody's behind the scenes apart from Mark, and he's the only one who knows what's going on and hasn't told anyone. I've never met Mark. I've never directly communicated with Mark, and I have no insider information or insight into Karpeles' operations or MtGox or any of that. What I've been able to reconstruct from their public statements is what I posted there, and in fact, probably the most information I got came from the leaked crisis document that was posted yesterday at about 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. I had heard a rumor circulating about 30 minutes earlier, but that's all I knew. So here's what I did yesterday. The first thing I think I need to say is I had an opportunity to act while the information was still being disseminated when the blog post that referred to this crisis at Gox was very, very new and had not been widely circulated. And I made a very clear decision that not only would I not sell any Bitcoins to take advantage of the price before it dropped, and I believe, yeah, it's dropped, but not by much. But I took the explicit decision to not sell for several weeks going forward, and continue to hold my Bitcoin. And this is for two reasons. The first reason is that fundamentally nothing's changed in my underlying belief in Bitcoin, and the fact that it's an incredible invention will continue to survive and thrive despite Karpeles' attempts to make a mess of it all. The second reason is that I think that my my ability to see things and my focus on Twitter and paying attention to these things, even though I was just seeing public information that everybody else had, would create the impression that I was somehow an insider. I don't have any inside information. I don't know anything about Gox other than what I've read in the public statements. But I certainly didn't want to create any kind of impression like that, and I felt the best approach would be to leave everything as is and continue to operate as if Gox had not happened until I knew more by all the public statements and got confirmation. I certainly didn't want to feed the rumors because I felt that would be irresponsible too. So I want to clarify what happened next, which was I was invited by the chief executive officer of Coinbase to visit Coinbase and to review their security and the security of their funds. So for those who don't know, Coinbase is an exchange that operates here in San Francisco. And I happen to be living in San Francisco. I happen to be here today. And I actually work as the chief security officer for Blockchain Info. And Blockchain Info has a web wallet product that, in essence, competes against Coinbase in some ways. So, while we're not, at each other's throats or anything like that, we are competing in the broader industry and trying to offer products and services that are slightly different. And we have our own customers. So I had no prior relationship with Coinbase. I had spoken with a couple of the executives at Coinbase on occasion at random times for various reasons. I'd asked them something about their plans for the future as part of one of my interviews on Let's Talk Bitcoin, things like that. I never met them in person, and I had never visited their offices. Working for a competitor, I had no insight into their infrastructure. And so the invitation by the CEO was really very simply conceived as a way to have someone who is independent, who is not involved in that company, to come and take a look at their systems to reassure customers. So last night, I volunteered and agreed to this, and I visited Coinbase offices for the first time. I've never been there before. And I met with the CEO and other senior executives in the company. And the goal of my visit was to review the funds and the security of the funds from an independent perspective and try to convince myself whether these were good or not. And I assumed that they would have the burden of proof to show me these things. So I visited their offices. They described and showed me the cold storage system that they use. They pledge on their site that up to 97% of customer funds are held in cold storage. Now, cold storage means that the keys used to store these coins, the private keys, are not online. And they're stored in such a way that you can't just easily bring them online. And so I verified that was the case and saw the process by which Coinbase maintains the security of their cold storage keys. The second thing I did, which I wanted to confirm for myself, is I asked to be shown the public addresses that correspond to the cold storage. These are the public Bitcoin addresses that are essentially the addresses to which cold storage funds are sent to be locked into cold storage. Using those addresses, I looked them up on an external site not belonging to Coinbase. Essentially looked them up on the Bitcoin blockchain, on the distributed ledger. And that is the source of trust. That is the place where I can find out if transactions have been confirmed and look at balances. And using that technique, I looked at every single one of the cold storage addresses and compared the balance reported on Coinbase internal account systems vis-a-vis the balance that I saw on the public blockchain through a trusted external site that was showing me information that has been verified through proof of work mining confirmation. So it is the trusted proof of work system that establishes the trust behind Bitcoin's blockchain. So I was independently verifying the balances of the cold storage setup. Now, I went a step further from that, because if you understand how Bitcoin works, I can show you a bunch of addresses and say, look, they have money in them. And that doesn't really mean anything because those addresses may be owned by anyone. I can show you addresses that have the largest balance in Bitcoin and pretend that they're mine, but that doesn't mean anything. It's more important to prove that those addresses are actually owned and controlled by me. Now, this was something that I had not warned or prepared or discussed with Coinbase executives before. So what I did in order to satisfy myself that they had control over the cold storage addresses was I selected one of those addresses at random without any prior notice. And I said, I want you to prepare a transaction that proves that you control this address and the funds in it. And they had no way of knowing which address I would pick out of the complete set of addresses of their cold storage system. And Coinbase then proceeded to assemble the necessary keys to bring the cold storage essentially into operation and create a transaction that transferred the funds in such a way as to prove ownership of that cold storage. Now, if you understand how cold storage works, if you bring the keys online in order to create a transaction, that essentially makes that cold storage no longer cold storage. So in the process, they had to reallocate those funds into other cold storage addresses, which is the correct operational practice. And so they did that. They demonstrated that they controlled the randomly selected address, and that gave me confidence that they controlled the other addresses because they had no way of knowing which one I would pick. And furthermore, I confirmed that the total balance accounted for on the blockchain matched the total balance accounted for in the cold storage system. So I left that meeting having achieved the goal that I had arrived for, which is twofold. One, the funds are there, and two, the funds are maintained in cold storage that is in fact cold and that is properly maintained with security processes that conform to security best practices, things like separation of duties, so no single person can take funds from cold storage, for example, and proper accounting to be able to measure at any point in time how much of the funds are in cold storage, how much are in the hot wallet, and how much are in transit. So I verified to my satisfaction that those things were true in a way that had no prior arrangement. They did not know what I was going to ask them or what I was going to ask them to prove. And that gave me a high degree of confidence that what I was seeing was true. And I think that presents a good model for industry collaboration. And I believe that's the type of action that, rather than speculating on rumors or half-confirmed information supposedly from MtGox, it would be more useful and more beneficial for the community if I was able to apply my skills and, as an independent actor, validate one of the larger exchanges out there to reassure their customers that their funds are secure. So that's what I was doing last night, and that's one of the reasons why I wasn't communicating as this crisis was unfolding, was because, first of all, I had nothing to communicate beyond what was publicly known. I didn't have any information additional to that. And speculating, I think, would have been a waste of time. So instead, my goal was to take action to increase the trust in the industry by collaborating with other companies in the industry. It's important to remember there are many well-managed, professionally run companies with credible and professional investors behind them, with thousands of employees working day in, day out to build this incredible invention we have, Bitcoin. It's important to remember all of those people as well, because they should not have the actions of a single individual, and a company that was poorly managed from the beginning reflect on that. That would be unfair. So that's all I have to talk about the two statements I published. So they're both on my blog at antonopoulos.com. I've tweeted about them as well. One is a statement on MtGox from my perspective, and the second one is the security review of Coinbase I conducted last night, and that was also a statement I published on the blog, and the two are linked together.
Absolutely, Andreas, and it's great that you found something productive to do during this crisis, and I'm glad that you were there able to help out Coinbase and check their security, as well as, of course, your work with blockchain.info. As we all know, it's mainly MtGox that's having this problem. It's not the other exchanges. It's not Bitcoin, the technology itself. It's a MtGox problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just showing on my screen now some of the projects. I mean, we've got it's Prove It, which is a concept by Greg Maxwell that someone's trying to implement on GitHub. I mean, Andreas, do you know much about this project?
Yeah, so this is one of Greg's ideas. I think it's a collaboration between Greg and Peter Todd, who, by the way, are just brilliant cryptographers and some of the most incredible people we have in this community, and a huge asset to this community. Greg's been involved in inventing hierarchical deterministic wallets, stealth addressing, and a dozen other critical inventions at the core of Bitcoin that we all use every single day, and continues to create incredible innovation, and Peter has also done the same. So what they are suggesting, and I've been repeating this idea because I think it has not only enormous merit, but it is the correct solution for a decentralized approach to industry self-regulation that is actually stronger than centralized regulations, because it provides direct cryptographic proof of solvency. And the idea here is to use a cryptographic structure called a Merkle tree, where you take hashes of the balances of each individual account and you sum them up in the root of the tree, and then you match that against cryptographic proof of your reserves or of individual customer balances held on the blockchain. So you construct one structure which shows what your system shows internally, and then one structure which shows what's recorded on the blockchain, and then these two should match. And this approach allows you to do it in such a way that you can prove that you have the money without revealing exactly how much money you hold, which is obviously a very important consideration, because exchanges have to balance, and exchanges and merchant accounts and web wallets and other organizations like that have to balance the need for transparency in terms of their fiduciary responsibilities with the need for the privacy of their customers, right? You can't go revealing other people's balances. That would be a violation of their privacy. And cryptographic proof of reserves actually allows you to do both. It allows you to prove that you have the money your customers expect you to have without saying what your customers have and what the total amount of money is. And that's a great solution, because it utilizes the decentralized trust model of the blockchain. It utilizes the advantages of the cryptographic toolkits we have available for cryptographic proof. It's a decentralized solution based on math, an algorithmic solution that is independent of implementation and cannot be tampered with by individuals. It does not require you to trust a hierarchical organization. It does not require you to trust an institution. It does not require you to trust individuals to validate this information, because it's validated mathematically. And the reason that's important is twofold. The first is that this solution, being decentralized, puts the control in the hands of individuals, and replicates the core trust model of the blockchain and leverages it to provide trust and solvency of reserves. The second reason this is important is because we know exactly how well financial oversight through institutions, audits, and people work. This GOX situation is terrible, but Bernie Madoff alone stole somewhere between $10 and $20 billion with a B and went unnoticed during a time when he was the chairman of the National Association of Security Dealers, the de facto regulatory body for the group he was supposed to be protecting. And this while hundreds and hundreds of tips were being sent to the regulatory bodies saying there's a problem here, and those regulatory bodies ignore the problem. We saw the same thing with Enron, where its accountants ignored problems and covered them up, and ended up in this giant fiasco. These were audited companies. So there's two reasons why I like cryptographic proof. One, it works without relying on institutions. And two, the alternative, which is our traditional regulatory systems, do not work. They have not worked at scale and repeatedly fail to reveal solvency problems at large financial institutions. We can't audit the Fed, we can't audit the big banks, and all of us know that both are really suffering from solvency problems on a scale that makes GOX seem like a drop in the ocean. We're talking tens of trillions of dollars. And so I don't want to try and replicate these corruptible, failed, human-based regulatory solutions to Bitcoin when we can do better by doing cryptographic proof. And I hope that's one of the lessons we take away from this.
Yeah, we've also got CoinKite as well, who declared that they give you a private audit just of your account to prove that the funds are actually there. This is actually a wallet service, is that right? You reported on this, Andreas. I think you tweeted it out.
Yes, CoinKite is actually supporting cryptographic proof of reserves, and they do audit reports. I mean, I think that's going to be the outcome of this. What we're going to see is better industry collaboration. We're going to see stronger independent audits. We're going to see solutions put in place for cryptographic proof of reserves. We're going to see strengthening cold storage systems, correctly implemented cold storage systems that are actually cold. As the correctly implemented cold storage system I reviewed at Coinbase, which I feel is correctly implemented. So all of those things are going to make the industry stronger. There's one thing that comes out of this that I can be sure of. We cannot be GOXed again. Let's celebrate that just for a second. I mean, it is terrible what has happened to people, but this is not the first time GOX hurt people. And the problem was that every time GOX hurt people, they managed to get away with it, and more new people joined GOX only to become the next round of victims. So if there is a tiny silver lining here, it's that GOX's reign of terror is over. GOX cannot hurt people again. This is the last group of customers that GOX has hurt. There will be no more GOXings. Yeah, and now we can move on. We can move on and build an industry that prevents these things from happening by establishing trust through the blockchain and not avoiding the blockchain as GOX did, moving all the funds off blockchain, controlling all the keys, and then hand-waving about security and saying things like cold storage that in effect are meaningless.
Wasn't this a centralized solution to a decentralized problem? That GOX came in and they took Bitcoin, which is the ultimate decentralized system, and they made it a centralized one using perhaps tokens for Bitcoins and tokens for fiat instead of actually doing the transactions.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, GOX took all the Bitcoins off the blockchain that provides trust, control, and accountability, and they put them in their own database, took them offline, put them in their own database, and replace the blockchain's trust, accountability, and control with their own. And the problem is that what they did is not uncommon in the banking industry. But in the banking industry, when you do that, when you give trust to a single institution or a group of individuals in a hierarchical organization, you also have measures on the outside to ensure that that trust is not misplaced. With Gox, we got the worst of both worlds. They weren't a Bitcoin system because they were off blockchain. They didn't rely on the blockchain system of trust and control and transparency. But at the same time, they weren't a bank either, so they didn't rely on any other forms of fallible but better than nothing audits that would have protected customers. They ended up being in a limbo land where essentially there was no root of trust other than trusting in Gox itself, and all of the track record of Gox was one that screamed, "Don't trust us." Even towards the end,
it was the Wild West. And they were out there on their own, and they were one of the early pioneers. And sadly, the pioneers are the ones that get left behind with the arrows in their back. It's time to leave Mt. Gox behind, and it's time to also talk about the positive aspects of this. Mt. Gox is gone. We're joined by B Levine from Let's Talk Bitcoin. We've also got Abel from Bonavest.com, and Adam turned his radio down, and we've got Chris from Feathercoin.
Hi there.
And we're talking about the Mt. Gox, end of Mt. Gox.
Right, yes, you gotta turn the radio down.
Adam.
Also, shut down your Discman if you have a Walkman or any portable pagers, VCR devices, or phonographs, please.
And my phone just rang, so once that's happened once, there's a chance my phone's going to ring again. So everyone get ready for the exciting world of live hangouts and live television.
Man, I'm addicted to these things. They're like crack, aren't they? I want to sort of summarize what I think Andreas is saying, and it's something that I said earlier, which is that we've seen economic crises plenty of times in human history, but we've never had the kind of power and control at the individual level that we do now. We have the ability to build our way out of this. We are tool builders. We are talking animals that can build tools, and we shouldn't be making money. We should be making tools right now. And we have everything we need, and we're running out of excuses not to do anything about it. We're giving you everything here. The reason Tom and I did this is because we wanted to give you the real information, not the information that you were going to get on Twitter, not the information you were going to get from the mainstream media, but to actually give you direct access to the GitHub and to the articles, to the intelligent people, the developers, as well as the people like Andreas, who are excellent commentators on the security and experts in the security, who actually wanted to give you where the work is taking place, want to take you right to the coalface. And I'm staggered that we haven't learned this lesson yet, that we're still outsourcing our wealth, that we're still trusting it with other people. I still haven't quite got my head around this, but hopefully this will be an example that will be so devastating that we just have to learn from it. We just have to grow and recover from it.
Right, it's really unfortunate that with each successive doxing, new customers came into the industry and were unaware of the previous failings and became renewed victims of this grossly mismanaged firm. And one of the hopes that comes out of this is that we're going to be more aware of companies that are grossly mismanaged. But keep in mind, this is not the last time we're going to have a company like Mt. Gox mismanage customer funds with Bitcoin, right? Bank failures, exchange failures happen. They will happen less often in Bitcoin if we establish solid process and cryptographic proof that prevents people from getting away with this and prevents these things from going undetected, because we can rely on the trust model of the blockchain to achieve cryptographic and algorithmic proof of solvency. But that doesn't mean that there won't be unscrupulous operators who will start fly-by-night operations and who will cheat people into giving them their money with no more trust than we have a website and we paid a designer to make it look fancy, and then hand over control of their keys. There we go.
Barnabas cracking me up with the music. We're
sorry
sorry to get
unmuted,
from? But it's been kind of a Three Stooges show with someone unmuting him, then him getting muted again, then unmuted. But let's try it one more time.
That was on accident. I swear that was on accident.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hi, Adam.
Hey guys. Yeah. So heck of a last 24 hours, isn't it? Haven't gotten too much sleep myself over here, trying to get a lot of opinions from people who are kind of in this on various sides. Really, I see this as nothing but good. I appreciate that it's scary right now, and that people who haven't been around for too long in the cycle, haven't seen stuff like this before. And certainly, if this is a real failure, and it looks like it might legitimately be a real failure, then there are going to be a lot of questions, as Andreas has been talking about, that'll have to be answered. But the reality is that, as Thomas was saying, this is the taming of the Wild West. We saw BitInstant go away. We saw Silk Road go away before that. These are all legacy features of the system that were useful during bootstrapping, but now, the value that they serve to the greater purpose is a little questionable. So, it's sad to see these old actors go away on the one hand, because, we're familiar with them and they've been kind of a fixture of the Bitcoin space. But on the other hand, it really is a maturing process. And the reality is that MtGox apparently was never able to operate at this level. And so, they just can't. The momentum took them a very long way, but it won't take you forever. And the problems that it looks like they had were beyond even what I think any of us thought would be possible.
There were early rumors and possible signs. Obviously, MtGox was front-running the Bitcoin price by about $100 for a long time, and then later on we saw them going below the Bitcoin price for a long time. There were several episodes of the Bitcoin report where he mentioned his belief that they might have been hacked. So there were certainly rumors and speculation, but no one knew that it would actually be this bad, and certainly for real now. I think we can all agree MtGox has disappeared.
Well, the big question is, where did the money go? Because so the episode we have coming out tonight for Let's Talk Bitcoin talks about this in some more detail with some other guests, but the question is, what happened to the money? The story that they're telling, it's plausible on several fronts. The rebranding is something that's really happening. There are a number of elements that weren't public, but that are accurate in this document. And so it has, and MtGox isn't denying it either. That's the other thing, is that they have sort of, it's not confirmed yet, but they're not denying it when they're being asked about it. So these things suggest that it might be legitimate, but the numbers that suggest that they lost more than 99.5% of all their Bitcoins is just, that seems unfathomable to me. And
obviously,
I don't know.
The simplest explanation is usually the best one, right? So if we could just assume perhaps they lost 30% of their Bitcoin, and then someone said, hey, maybe we should just lose the rest. We don't know what happened inside this black box that is MtGox. Without the kind of cryptographic proof that Andreas is talking about, the future of secured Bitcoin exchanges, this cryptographic proof, there's no way to know what's happening inside these black boxes, and it doesn't really matter. Let's not just be, anti-American or whatever, what country you're in. If you're in Japan, if you're in Bulgaria, if you're in the USA, wherever your exchange is based, your exchange is still a black box that we can't see inside.
Well, that's not necessarily true, though. This is something that we're seeing, is that because MtGox have proven that this is such an egregious problem and that it can cause such damage to people because of it, it's really going to, I think we've already seen it, the community and the community of businesses, more importantly, are taking this opportunity to differentiate themselves. There's a concept that I wrote about the other day called, if you can't be a shining example, at least be a horrible warning. So right now we're seeing that. We're seeing the good players differentiate themselves from the bad players because there's an advantage in this market to doing so. Because there's a ton of people who apparently had accounts in MtGox. It's terrible that that many people had accounts at MtGox. We've been saying for the last year that regardless of whether or not you think they're insolvent, there's no reason to deal with them because there are so many better options out there that don't have any of the problems. And just because, I mean, this is like a yearly occurrence. The only difference is that this time it appears to have been fatal, whereas before they've just been able to recover from it. So
and also the reason to have your money on an exchange is if you're looking to ride these ups and downs. If you're a trader and you're trying to move your money when it's high and buy back in when it's low, and to repeat this process. If you're trying to save your Bitcoins for long term, for the future, if you just believe in Bitcoin, think it's really cool, and want to hold on to it, paper wallets, wallets on your home computer that are backed up and encrypted in a synchronizing service like Dropbox. These are the options for you. I don't understand why these large Bitcoin figures are keeping large amounts of their Bitcoin on a trading exchange like MtGox, which is really about moving money in and out, which is fine if you want to do that, but it's a lot more like gambling than it is like long-term investing.
It's the simple example, though. Yeah.
I think I can answer that. I mean, the simple reason why people would keep amounts on Gox was that they were able to use these funds to both arbitrage, which means that when Gox was trading at a 10% premium over the rest of the exchanges, and you could still withdraw Bitcoin, if you had the ability and you had a verified account, you could wire money in, buy Bitcoin on Gox, transfer the Bitcoin out, sell it on a different exchange, make a 10% difference, and repeat. And do this over and over and over again, essentially arbitraging the difference between them, a classic trading strategy. Other people were keeping money on the exchange and taking advantage of short-term dips. So when a dip happens, you can't move money in then because it takes too long. So if you already have some money on the exchange, you can buy that dip. Now, these are risky strategies. They're day trading strategies. They're not long-term holding strategies. And with those risky strategies comes not only the risk that the market will turn against you, but also the risk of the exchange having problems. And we've seen this happen at Gox not once, not twice, but 5 times in the last 2 years. 5 distinct times when people who took that risk ended up losing money because of disruptions caused from the mismanagement at Gox, whether it was the April lag problems, the DDoS issues following that, the bank account seizure and withdrawal wire transfer problems in July, or the latest things that happened and the final blow that appears to have occurred now. This was not the first time. So this risk was a calculated risk, and a lot of people were willing to take that because they could see the upside. But I understand why people would take the risk. I think the bigger concern is that we had new users who had no idea of the risks of Gox. And because of the continuous association in the media where Bitcoin equals Gox, Gox equals Bitcoin, so many organizations that quoted the Gox price as the only price when it was wrong on the way up, and when it was wrong on the way down, and then when it was woefully wrong when they had shut down almost everything. Those organizations led people to believe that Gox was Bitcoin, and to get Bitcoin you had to be on Gox. And that certainly wasn't safe or helpful advice. Back in April, I think the first show we did on Let's Talk Bitcoin was about the second great Goxing of 2013. And I remember Adam saying that we said to people, don't trust them. This is a competence problem, and it's not going to go away. And in fact, I have the specific quote I made, just as a death trap for investors. And I believe I also said, friends, don't let friends get goxed. We said that back in April. The problem is a lot of new people came into this industry and not having that experience and potentially not being warned away from Gox when they should have been warned away from Gox by more of us fell into that trap. I think it might be useful for us to talk about some of the solutions, to talk about what it means to have controls of your keys, how you can do cold storage and what cold storage really is, how you can use paper wallets and offline signing through clients like Armory to protect your funds, and most importantly, to maintain control of your funds yourself. So you don't need to worry about third parties being able to steal your money.
So I've been silent, waiting to finally a topic that I can talk on. So to help Thomas, I know Thomas, you've mentioned a couple of times. I'm so surprised that all these people have kept all this money on God. I don't understand. How could they do that? And the short answer from my viewpoint is that the Eric Voorhees mentioned he had 550 BTC on Gox, and so we see that, and most of us are like 550 BTC.
Can we note that on Twitter? 550 BTC Voorhees. Thank you.
There you go. It's like you want to just say, well, wow, I'd quit if I had that many BTC, and I just wouldn't do anything, right? Well, the problem is, so you're saying Eric Voorhees only has 550 BTC? That's all he has? So
no.
in respect, he only has a little bit of BTC on Gox. He wasn't taking chances. He had a very small percentage on Gox.
Exactly.
So the people that are really losing money with this whole Bitcoin thing is the average Joe like me. I'm Bonavest. I'm a small average Joe. I at the most I had like 80 BTC, and that's with borrowed funds. I'm just trying to make a little coin here. So the average guy gets stuck with it on there because they're trying to take chances and risks and so forth. These big guys that have all these coins on there, that's a small percentage of their portfolio. They're risking it. There's a BitcoinBuilder.com, which people were using to get those coins converted over cheaply, at a loss, but cheaply over to real Bitcoin. And that also was a boon of making some money. So the whole Gox thing, everyone knew there was risk. I guarantee you that there was very few people that had coins on Gox that were with the mindset, oh, I like this Bitcoin thing. I'm going to buy it, and I'm going to leave it there, and I'm good. I'm done. I think when you look at the whole percentage of all the millions that are sitting on Gox, there was a very small percentage of that style of account where they bought Bitcoin and left it on there. I think the rest of us are traders.
I'd like to speak to these Bitcoin rich and to these traders with the extra money. Don't just invest your money in Mt. Gox or the Silk Road in exchanges that are going to fail and take all your money, or worse, have it seized by the government.
Thomas, what should I do with that? What should I do with my Bitcoin?
Instead, you should invest your money in important shows like Mad Bitcoins and the World Crypto Network. Did you know you can even donate using this QR code that's on your screen right now? That's right. Even during crashes, Bitcoin works, and you can continue to donate it. It's an amazing new technology. There you go. So there's a plug.
Done. Well, I can't follow that up, Thomas. I'm sorry. I lost all my steam there. But yeah, good stuff. Andreas brought up another point about the small guys, and it's about protecting those guys. So we're on the right track. And this particular show, we already talked about Mt. Gox's past, and definitely we're trying to move forward, looking at Bitcoin's future. And I think Andreas was starting to mention about all the other better services for the average Joe that's wanting to save and invest, long term into the Bitcoin verse.
Well, so have we talked about decentralized exchanges yet? I mean, not like local traders, decentralized exchanges, but decentralized exchanges like coming in Counterparty, Mastercoin, and NXT.
Well, I think that's an important conversation, Adam, but at the moment I don't think we have any working examples of decentralized exchanges, and I was hoping before we get to kind of what is the future of some of these solutions, if we can talk first about what is the present. What can people do today to secure the Bitcoin they have, and what are the best solutions to establish and maintain control and security over the keys, and by extension over the funds that are stored on the blockchain.
Yeah,
I'd love to talk about this decentralized exchanges. I think that's a very important topic, but I think especially for new users who have been burned or people who are currently worried about their funds, we need to provide some tangible practical information that can be applied today.
How your home security can be better than Mt. Gox's.
Yeah, I'm showing a
paper bag with 2 staples has better security than Mt. Gox's. So yes, but let's improve even more than that.
Yeah, we can show people bitaddress.org, which Tom and I showed earlier as a way of, generating offline wallets. He's got this new random number generator that takes quite a while, and I was showing the paper wallet with, let's just hide the art there. You can actually generate it with a, oh yeah, I've got to put in a passphrase.
Let's explain some of the concepts going on behind here and start with the basics. If you want your money to be secure, you need your keys to be secure. And in order for your keys to be secure, you need 3 preconditions. 1, you own those keys and generated them securely. 2, no one else has access to those keys. And 3, you maintain the security of those keys with practical operational security measures, which means that you practice good security hygiene, and you keep the security of those keys by not inadvertently leaking them to third parties. So those are the 3 fundamental aspects of security. Your coins are only as secure as your keys. You generate and protect your keys. You don't give them to others, and you protect them from leaking to others. One of the techniques that we can use to do that is paper wallets. And with this technique, the keys are stored on paper. Another technique is to use a client, a desktop client, that stores your keys in a local file and allows you to maintain encryption over that file. This can be done with Bitcoin QT. I think it can be done better with, or at least in a more user-friendly manner, with Multibit or Armory. And those are both good clients to do that. Even, I would say, of course, using a web wallet that has client-side security, and I'm biased because I both use and work as the Chief Security Officer for blockchain, but all of the keys are managed in your browser, and that still provides much better security than a system where you have a custodial account of the keys given to someone else. And in fact, probably the best approach is to have a combination, to have some of your Bitcoin on a desktop client that's adequately secured, such as Armory or Multibit. Have some of your Bitcoin for spending on a web wallet that's client-side and does not have custodial access to your keys, and to have some of your Bitcoin offline in cold storage on a system where those keys have never touched an online system, have been generated entirely offline, and that would either involve Armory on a disconnected computer or paper wallets, and we can talk about all of these options.
I'm just showing the bitaddress.org website, which is a popular one with me. And in fact, one of the key things to point out is that you should only ever trust a private key that you've generated, and preferably one, if you're going to do a paper wallet, preferably one that you've generated offline. That means that you've generated the key pair. You can see the private key on the right and the public key on the left. Now, these private keys are a little bit longer than normal because they are BIP38 encrypted, which means that even if somebody managed to see these keys and scan them, they still wouldn't be able to get at the private key without your passphrase that you've entered up here. So that gives you an extra layer of security, but it also gives you an extra burden because you've got to remember a password. You've got to balance that up as well. So you should be generating these key pairs preferably with a physical air gap between your computer and the internet. And I've spoken to some people who say, well, they don't have a spare computer, Andreas. What do they do? How do they generate these keys? Because people are vulnerable, aren't they, to Trojans and to malware that may be residing on their computer without their knowledge.
Yeah, so the best way I have found to do that is to take an existing computer and boot it off a live CD operating system. So using, for example, an Ubuntu live CD or a Linux-based live CD to reboot the computer into a fresh operating system right off read-only media like a CD. And then once you've booted into that, you can load the bitaddress software. In fact, the bitaddress.org software runs in JavaScript entirely in your browser. So when you're looking at that page that that Chris has up, you can right-click and save page as, and save the single HTML file onto a USB stick. then if you boot a clean computer on a clean operating system right off a live CD, and you open up the USB stick and run that HTML, disconnected from the internet, no wireless, no connections, no plugs, no Ethernet, then you will have software running locally on a clean operating system that is able to generate keys. I would then take that, and after you use encryption and encrypted passphrase to encrypt those private keys, print them over USB to a printer. And once you've printed them, turn off the printer, turn off the computer, and those keys only exist on paper. You can then, I actually make multiple copies. If they're encrypted, I am more concerned about the loss of the keys than I am the theft of the keys. So once I've picked a passphrase that is strong, but there's no chance I will forget it, then I print out multiple copies of each paper wallet or a set of pages of paper wallets, and then I can give out those copies to people who don't live in the same location as me, so that even if there's a calamity at my house and things get destroyed, I'm not going to lose my paper wallets. Other people have copies, and if they're encrypted, they can't do anything with those copies without the passphrase. Essentially, what we're establishing here is two things. One, we've got a physical representation of the keys, and these keys have never been online. And two, we've got multi-factor authentication by using both something you have, which is the paper wallet, and something you know, which is the passphrase that unlocks the private key on the paper wallet. Combine that with multiple backups by printing multiple copies of these paper wallets and distributing them in 2 or 3 locations, and that gives you a very high level of security. Now, here's the other nice magic trick about this. Once you have these paper wallets, let's say you print 30 or 40 of them, you can take the public address on each paper wallet, and you can store that in a text file on your computer. It does not need to be secure, it's just a public address. And then you can send money to this. And when you send money to this, the only way to unlock it is to have the equivalent private key decrypted with your passphrase. Essentially, it's like zapping money and wiring it directly into the paper wallets. So from an online system, even from a web wallet, even from a system you don't trust at all, you can create transactions that transmit money into the cold storage, into the paper wallets. And then these paper wallets can be in a safe, in a safety deposit box. They can exist at multiple addresses. And if you ever need to recover the funds, you would need just one of these copies and the passphrase you know to unlock the private key and use that to sign a transaction that moves all of the money out of the paper wallet into a hot wallet, as it's called. So that's the process of cold storage. It's called cold storage because the private keys do not exist online and are never online. The moment you bring them online to redeem this, you have to sweep everything because at that point you made it hot. And then once you've swept the funds, you then need to send them to a different cold storage address. And that's why usually you generate lots of them so you have a few spares to send money to that is properly stored.
And sometimes some people tell me they get a little bit paranoid because they like to see something working first. And one person told me the other day, who's actually been into Bitcoin for a little while, that he has to generate 20 paper wallets until he was comfortable, you know, with a small amount of funds. And what I like to do, because I'm especially paranoid, is after I've generated my paper wallet here, I take the private key, let's take this one here, I copy it to the clipboard, I go to wallet details, and I paste it in and view the details. And then what I'm expecting to see is the same public key there. It starts with 13F5, as I'd expect to see here. And I know that's kind of crazy. Like I know it should work, but I still do it.
That's not crazy, Chris. What I would suggest is actually, you have to make sure that you didn't accidentally get the one copy of bitaddress.org software that has a bug in it, because bugs happen. Who knows? Maybe there's a bug in the encryption. So one thing I would recommend, and the way I do this is like this: I will print out 20 or 30 paper wallets at a time and make multiple copies of them. Then before I put anything on these paper wallets, I will randomly select one of the paper wallets from the same print run. Right? So from the same print run, you do one run, print all of the paper wallets you need. From that print run, do a random selection. Pick one wallet, not the first one, not the last one, just randomly. Pick one of the wallets in that sequence. And then, first, send a tiny amount, a millibit or two. Then, take out the passphrase, decode it, and sweep that wallet back in on a live system. You don't actually have to type the passphrase on the live system. You would do that on the same one you generated the paper wallet, so you don't want to bring the entire password online because that violates the cold storage principle. What you want to do is decrypt one of the private keys on the same system you printed them on, which is still offline, and then just copy the private key onto an online system. That will compromise the security of that wallet you picked, and that's fine. And once you've compromised the security of that wallet and you've printed out on a live system, you can sweep the 2 millibits out of it and then confirm for yourself. 1, that the public address and private key match. 2, that what was printed on the paper was actually what worked. 3, that you remembered and were able to type the passphrase correctly in order to recover that private key. And if you do it on a random wallet out of the sequence, you can be fairly certain that the other wallets in that sequence are also secure. If you're extra paranoid, take 2 of them and do the same. Once you've done that, you know those 2 wallets are useless. The ones you just chose. You have made them hot. You scrap them. But the others are now not only secure, but they're also tested. And you've done some basic quality assurance. Now you can start sending funds to them, knowing that when the time comes, you will be able to decrypt the key.
Okay, just to see if I'm crazy here, Bonavest here chiming in. We got like almost 700 people watching this stream, and maybe it's just me. Yeah, maybe it's just me. But out of these 700, how many of these 700 people that are obviously technically savvy that are watching this YouTube stream, how many of you actually follow the process that you kind of outlined for doing paper wallets? Me personally, that was exhausting. I would never go to that. Even if I wanted to print a paper wallet, I wouldn't go to that extent. It's one of those things where, yes, we're talking about the present, and that's what's needed for security. But even now, those that are very much into security, I think they're going to go a different route. That seemed really confusing. Almost like you could screw yourself easier than you would actually protecting yourself by going through a very long and lengthy technical process.
Yes, this is not easy stuff. So we can talk about some of the alternatives. I think what this is kind of the gold standard of cold storage, offline storage, with high levels of security and high levels of redundancy. So you've achieved 3 things. You've got everything in cold storage, you've got it protected by passwords, so it requires 2-factor authentication in order to recover, and you've got multiple copies spread geographically. That's the level of security I depend on in order to store my Bitcoin, and it served me well. I haven't lost Bitcoin, and if all of the exchanges and all of the web wallets and every system I use was compromised, I would still not lose the funds there is in these paper wallets. So that's kind of the gold standard. Now, there are other approaches. So one other approach that gives you control of your funds is to have a local desktop client with an encrypted wallet, Armory or Multibit, and to use that. Taking that a bit further, you can also create an offline copy of Armory, which is just for signing transactions, and store your keys there, and the online copy of Armory be only used to monitor transactions and transmit them into the network without actually having any keys. So you can do that kind of split. And probably the third level, if you want to go to it, is to use a web wallet like Blockchain, where you control the keys, and the wallets are never unencrypted. They're only on your system, and the keys are never shared with anyone, not even blockchain info. But those are the kinds of approaches I would have for storing Bitcoin for long-term use. Anything beyond petty cash, a few percentage of your Bitcoin holdings, should really not be in an online system, and should most definitely not be on a system where you don't control the keys, or where someone else also controls the keys.
Yeah, that's really good. And Andreas, can you talk a little bit about products like LastPass, for example, which allow you to be able to store your passwords online? I use that in combination with one of these, which is a YubiKey. This may be a little bit advanced, but I think it's worth mentioning. So essentially, I'm able to access some of my Bitcoin wallet, not many. I'm just experimenting at the moment, putting private keys on LastPass. It's like Dropbox for your security, so you can access it anywhere. And then this has to be plugged in along with my password in order for me to get access to that. Now, it's important to mention for any people into security, the two-factor, this is called two-factor authentication. This doesn't actually encrypt the blob file. This doesn't encrypt the data file itself. All this does is stop somebody from logging into the LastPass server, getting access to my encrypted data. If they have my password or my password is weak, they can still get access to that data file. So I'm just experimenting with it at a moment because I'm paranoid that I might lose, my private keys. I only have one residence. I don't have many places to be able to store my stuff. So that's one of the things that concerns me. And also I lose things a lot as well. So I kind of feel like LastPass is kind of there. So do you have any thoughts about that? Any opinions?
Yeah, so I also use a password manager. I think everybody should use a password manager, and the reason for that is that the level of complexity of a password that is secure is far greater than the level of complexity of a password that you can actually remember. So if you try to remember, you'll create weak passwords, and if you create strong passwords, you will forget them. So instead of that, create one very, very strong password, preferably consisting of a passphrase of more than 8 words, randomly selected 8 words, and there are generators online that can help you do that. And there are generators within the password managers that can help you do that. Once you've got a very strong multi-word complex passphrase, memorize that. Use that as the master password for a password manager, and then store all of your web-based passwords, accounts, and other things in there. Each one of them will be individually encrypted, and with a very strong passphrase, that gives you a very, very high level of security. You can even then synchronize that across multiple devices. The advantage of that is that then you can start applying consistently good security across the web. So for example, my password manager contains more than 1,000 passwords, and I use 30-character complex alphanumeric with punctuation and symbols for even the most mundane uses. My Grubhub password, which is a site forwarding food delivery online, protects my pizza delivery with a 30-character random alphanumeric password with punctuation. Why? Because I can. Because when I set my generator to generate password, the default is the maximum that it will take. And if a site will allow it, I'll just feed it in. To me, it makes no difference. It's filled in by my password manager. It makes no difference if it's 3 characters or 30. So it's 30 everywhere. That way I can also see if one of my passwords is weak, because in the password manager's audit report, it will show me the ones that are not sufficiently strong. And so over time, I changed the old ones that were weak. I put new ones that were strong, and I do that every day and have done it for years and years. And now I have more than 1,000 passwords that are extremely strong on every single website I use. Every single one is unique. Every single one is bulletproof strong. And that gives me a great degree of security. So that's another technique. I mean, one of the main failings we see in security is people reusing passwords or using passwords that are simplistic, because they're thinking about a hacker who is going to guess by using their brain. And hackers don't guess by using their brains. They guess by using graphical process units and rainbow tables that can process 1 trillion passwords every 10 seconds. And with tools like that, and perhaps 100 different dictionaries in different languages, and every popular song and movie and quote that's ever been printed, most any password is crackable. If you can remember that password, it can be cracked. The only solution that actually gives you a level of security is to create a large passphrase made of multiple words that are completely randomly chosen. And that's great, but you can only remember one of those. So that's why you need a password manager.
And it's not just about, I'm showing the famous correct horse battery staple, because yes. what this the XKCD are trying to demonstrate here is that it doesn't just have to be entropic; it also has to be unguessable on the part of the attacker. And the problem is that sometimes people developed patterns. For example, you would always use a 0 instead of an O, and you would always use a 4 instead of an R, for example. And as a result, it ended up being very entropic and having lots of uncertainty built into it. But then it would still be guessable on the part of the attacker. So he came up with this idea that you would still have something that was mnemonic. Am I saying that right? Mnemonic. And that means that it's human memorable, but still has enough bits of entropy in it, so you can just I'm not suggesting you use this site, by the way, because you should probably not generate your password on a website, because of course they would have it on their end and someone could snoop it. But this gives you the kind of thing that you could come up with. Oh, and you can come up with more words than this if you want to. What do you think about these kinds of passwords?
Yeah, I think they're great, and that's exactly the approach you should use. However, you can only remember one of those. Practically speaking, you can't go and put one of those in every single website you use, and you need a unique password in every single website you use. So my best advice is make one that's even stronger, not 4 but 8 words long. It will be hard to remember. It will take you a few days. Make that the master password of your password manager, and through repetition over several days, you will remember it. And then store all of your other passwords and go through the process of resetting the passwords on every site and changing them from Go Raiders 123 exclamation to a 30 character alphanumeric randomly generated password generated by the actual password manager. And if you go through that exercise, within just a matter of a week, the most important sites will be secured. Here's another point that I think we need to talk about, and that's two-factor authentication. If you have access to sites that are of high security, you should use two-factor authentication. And that means two-factor authentication on blockchain info, two-factor authentication on Coinbase, two-factor authentication on BTCE, two-factor authentication in all of these systems that will protect you against the threat of a keylogger. And a keylogger is a huge risk because it can record the keystrokes that you type in and make it possible for someone to steal your password. So you need a second factor. If the password's the only thing that's stopping them, then they can log that. If you have a two-factor system, they need both the password and something else, which is either a token, a form of device-generated key. Like, for example, on most smartphones, you can get Google Authenticator that will generate unique 6-digit tokens every 30 seconds that you can use for two-factor. Another type of token is receiving a text message to your primary cell phone that you can type in response to a challenge, and that ensures that you are still in control and ownership of your cell phone. Your cell phone becomes your second factor. One note of caution, and something people often forget, one of the most important accounts that you must protect with two-factor authentication is your primary email address. If your primary email address is stored on Gmail or some other web-based email system, that is the most sensitive piece of information you have, because you can send password reset requests to that email address from every single other account. And if someone compromises your primary email, which is usually one of the most common ways for a hacker to completely compromise your identity, they will be able from there to gradually reset all of your passwords and take control of all of the other sites you use. And they will know which sites you use because you receive status messages from all of them in email. So the first place you put two-factor authentication is on your Google email account or whatever other email account you're using. Secondly, if you do use security through two-factor authentication through SMS, through text messaging, do not send text message two-factor authentication to a Google Voice number or another voicemail number or virtual phone number that redirects to email. If you do that, you've just basically broken two-factor, because if the SMS is also sent to your email, it's no longer two-factor. Both of those things are now sitting on your computer, easy for someone to compromise. The whole point is to send it on a completely separate network, the telephone network, and not have it touch your computer. So two-factor on your primary email. Don't send SMSs to your Google Voice phone number if you have that, or similar VoIP numbers. and then use two-factor where else you can, and use strong passwords where you can't use two-factor, or both if you can.
Yeah, that's the difference between something you know and something you have, right? That's what the attacker would have to have in order to compromise.
Right. In security, there are 3 factors that you can use for authentication: something you know, something you have, and something you are. The 3rd factor is a form of biometrics. So something you are might be an iris scan or fingerprint scan or something like that. It's something immutable about yourself. Now, these are not infallible. You can be subject to coercion. You know, as they say, the best security mechanisms can be undone with a $5 wrench. Or the other way we talk about that is something you have, something you know, something you are. AKA something that can be stolen from you, something that can be beaten from you, and something that can be cut off you. So coercion is still a problem, but you know, with these basic measures, you can protect yourself against online attacks. And then you obviously need to take physical security measures to protect yourself from offline attacks, from burglars, and from muggers who might try to steal things from you.
Andreas, I think you need to repeat all of that and record it, but like with more of like a mafia accent.
Well, luckily we are recording it, so.
but redo it, you know. In the hey, 2, 3 things you gotta get, you know, things I can cut off of you, things that sorry, wrong conversation.
Yeah, exactly. Just because you protect yourself against online threats doesn't mean that someone can't, you know, come to your home and try to beat you up until you give them your Bitcoin. Actually, there's no security in the world that can stop that from happening except for physical security.
Oh, you get there's some wonderful features in TrueCrypt which allow for plausible deniability using concealed partitions on your hard drive. Hope we're not getting too erudite for people, but basically I love TrueCrypt. It's an open source project. You can check it out.
Yeah.
It's true without an E, just TRU crypt, as you would expect. And you can even do full disk encryption with it, so you can encrypt your whole disk. I believe you can even use the UB key for that as well, for extra layer of security. And what it does is, when an attacker comes around and says, right, you know, give me the hard drive, you can actually give them the hard drive. And the problem is that you've got 2 partitions on that hard drive. You've got one with dummy data on it that you kind of, you know, it's plausible. You can kind of say, yeah, this is my data, and it looks like it's the real data. But you've got another partition on it with the real data. And what you do is you give them the password to the dummy data, and they can't prove that it isn't there. There's no test that they can do because the hard drive is entropic. There's no test that they can perform to test whether you're telling the truth. And actually what will happen is if they try writing to the disk, they'll actually destroy all of the data in the other partition. They'll destroy all of that. So there are sort of innovations and there are ideas around this, aren't there?
Yeah, you can even do this in Bitcoin. So an easy way to create a plausibly deniable secondary system is to store a small amount, maybe 1 or 2 Bitcoin, whatever you think will persuade the other person to leave you alone. It depends on how much money people think you have, which is a bit of a problem because somehow people think, I have a lot of Bitcoin. I wish I did. I don't. No. But one thing you can do is put, 1 or 2 Bitcoin. Maybe that's enough to make a mugger go away. And put it on a paper wallet or put it on another device with a separate password, with a separate security system. And
wait, are we saying that muggers are going to take paper wallets and go home on their personal computer and
if someone's trying to steal your Bitcoin because they know you are into Bitcoin, yes, they will, and that's one of the risks I face. Is people think I'm somehow rich in Bitcoin, which I'm not, but nevertheless that presents a risk that people will try to mug me or rob me or burglarize my house to get to my secret Bitcoin stash, which I keep in 1,000 paper wallets in a giant swimming pool that I dive into every morning. You know.
I don't have a lot of Bitcoins, spoken just like someone with a lot of Bitcoins.
The reality is much more ridiculous than that, and in fact, I hope I can make my rent payment next month. But here's the bottom line. If you are worried about people trying to steal your Bitcoin, who will physically try to steal your Bitcoin, then keep a small stash of Bitcoin that you can plausibly give to them. So if someone does, stick a weapon in your face and say, give me your passwords and your Bitcoin, etc., I will gladly give them that paper wallet or stash or whatever, and hope that that will satisfy them enough to go away. So it's not a bad idea to have. I mean, this is something that we've known for years. When I was traveling, when I was young, my parents told me, to keep a small amount of money in my wallet and keep a larger amount of cash tucked in my waistband or in a travel belt. And if somebody pointed a knife at me and said, "Give me all your money," hand them the money that's in my wallet happily. The last thing you want to do is get hurt over money. So, you can do that with Bitcoin too. Have a small stash that's less protected, that you're willing to lose, and be ready to give that up if someone threatens you. I don't think that's a bad idea, especially if you're in the public eye and people think you have a lot of Bitcoin.
I'm from Texas. I'd get one Bitcoin, go buy a gun, and then don't worry about paper wallets, because that sounds like a long process that we were talking about earlier. That's my short end.
Yeah, I'm a pacifist. I wouldn't shoot someone over a Bitcoin. I just give them the Bitcoin.
That's great. Tom, do you know if we've got like a Q&A section in here? Is Tom around? Don't know what happened to him.
I don't believe this one has a Q&A. Evidently, we were talking about it earlier that the live events provide a live chat, but it doesn't have a Q&A.
Yeah, we do have a Q&A, actually, and Tom was looking at it, and apparently there's a bit of a troll fest going on the Q&A, so he was looking to find some good...
Was it in the Q&A or the chat?
Well, no, it's not in this Q&A. It's on the YouTube Q&A, which he has a separate console for.
Oh.
Last from Tom we heard is, "I'm gonna get a sandwich." So I believe currently Tom is procuring a delicious sandwich.
Oh, I'm looking at the chat now, actually. I didn't realize, wow, we have all these people here. Yeah, true. Oh, true. Oh, it is TrueCrypt. Sorry, with an E. I misspelt it. It is TrueCrypt with an E. For some reason, I thought it didn't have an E in it. Yeah, okay. So yeah, we're getting. I don't see many questions though. TrueCrypt. Yeah, people saying TrueCrypt is good. Why can't you just do 20 password protected zip files in another? Well, because then you're just making your life so difficult that you're going to forget, and you're undermining the whole security effort this way.
So this is a critical point, and I think it needs to be emphasized more, which is that you have to strike a very careful balance between theft and loss protection. If you go too far protecting against obscure and highly competent thieves who have incredible quantum encryption, so you create 17 layers of encryption with passwords that are each 140 characters long that you never write down, what will happen is you will lose your passwords and lose your money. If you take all of your money and you put it in a barrel and you drive out into the desert and bury it and then forget where you buried it, you will lose your money. And the further you go with extreme security measures, the more likely you are to cause the opposite to happen, which is to lose your money through simply forgetting the keys. Now, fortunately, history has been teaching us this lesson, and one thing about history that's wonderful is that it teaches you the lesson until you learn it, and if you don't learn it, it will teach it to you again. So here's from the history lessons in Bitcoin. There once was a wonderful organization that convened a fund in order to create a documentary clip, animated clip about Bitcoin. And in fact, they did create a wonderful animated clip that we still use today, and that organization is weusecoins.com. If you go to their website, you can read some of the backstory of the tragedy that befell We Use Coins as an organization. We Use Coins raised approximately 18 or 19,000 Bitcoin at a time when a Bitcoin was about $1 each. And then they used about 7,000 or 8,000 Bitcoin to create this animated clip that is still probably one of the best little introductions to Bitcoin for newbies that explains Bitcoin in a fun and easy to understand manner. So they did a great job fundraising and creating this animation. And then they were left with a stash of 9,000 or 10,000 Bitcoin, and they had to figure out a way to protect that Bitcoin. So they did a rather elaborate system of encryption and backups, and encrypted backups, and encrypted backups, and then eventually they forgot the keys, or lost the keys, or misplaced the keys, and they lost close to 10,000 Bitcoin simply through their own attempts to protect them from theft. So that is a very important lesson. If you go too far and get too paranoid, you are more likely to lose the Bitcoin than you are to have it stolen. And that's why I've put a lot of emphasis, as much emphasis, on having sufficient backups as I do on having sufficient encryption when I'm trying to protect my Bitcoin. USB keys that have TrueCrypts on them, USB keys fail. They have a mean time between failure that is pretty high. So maybe you've never had a USB key fail on you. Murphy's Law says that the first one that will fail on you will be the one that has your wallet. USB keys fail, encryption keys get lost, passwords get forgotten. If they're complex enough to be effective, they get forgotten more easily because we can't remember complex passwords.
So how does that sound, Bonavest?
I caught part of that, yes.
It's even worse than you first thought.
Mm-hmm. But
now, here's the thing. We're getting better at it, though. I mean, one of the solutions to this is really simple. Devices that are hardware-based keychains that contain Bitcoin cryptographic keys protected by a PIN number or simple passphrase that could be typed in, and that are fully maintained in hardware, tamper-proof, and are used to sign transactions without the keys ever leaving the hardware device. That's a solution that can be implemented by non-technical users. And then essentially what you're doing is you're taking the digital information and you're turning it into a physical token. And we know how to do physical security. We've had 4.5 million years of experience doing physical security, deeply embedded in our culture in a way that we don't even notice it's there. Information security is a recent phenomenon. We've had less than 50 years of experience. We truly suck at it, and it's too complex for the average user. So what we need, rather than teaching the world how to do better information security, we need to make Bitcoin more reliant on physical security, which we can teach more easily. One of the reasons I like paper wallets is when you take a paper wallet and you put it in a safe and you lock that safe, you're applying the cultural experience of physical security, that comes down through 4.5 million years of cultural knowledge on a digital item. And it's something that everyone can intuitively grasp.
Yeah, that's really important. I think it's important, to say that in summary, maybe that the best form of security is going to be the one you use, provided it meets a minimum sort of requirement. Because otherwise, I don't trust my mum on the internet. I don't trust her to be able to come up with a safe, reliable password. Just coming up with a password. Even when I was kind of installing her iPad over Christmas, the iPad demands that you use like a certain set of numbers and characters, and then all she does is she writes it down, and then she leaves it everywhere, and then it kind of undermines the whole process. And every time she needs to install an app, she's got to type this damn thing in, and it's a little bit like a culture shock for a lot of people. You're telling them something they didn't know they had to learn, that they never anticipated coming across this problem in life. And all of a sudden, it's like, actually, you're going to create two tiers of people in the future. You're going to get the people that are robust in their security, and then you're going to get the people that are going to get fleeced by this new class of criminal that isn't like an old-fashioned mugger that would come up to you in the street, who is quite easy to identify, but somebody who's going to come in virtually who you can't see, and altogether a different class, no?
Yeah. by the way, I want to thank the people who are watching. There are a number of trolls trolling us, but if we ignore that, there's been tremendous support from the community. And I think it's important to realize that this is a huge community, which is made up of hundreds of thousands of people, thousands of whom are working in this industry for hundreds of startups, and people who have always acted in good faith, people who are positive and creative and are trying to innovate and do good things, people who are driven by strong principles, who want to see social and economic justice, who want to see Bitcoin help people around the world, and who find in Bitcoin a community of peers who also feel that way and are willing to work very hard to make that happen. Let's not forget that that is, at its core, the Bitcoin community, and the one actor can't change that. And that community is tremendously supportive. I think it's important to realize that all of us will make mistakes. And some of us will make mistakes quite often, as I do. But the most important thing to do, and this is really also a message to Mark Karpeles, is if you make a mistake, the only solution you have is to speak directly and honestly about what happened. You can reestablish trust. Not anymore for Karpeles, but you can at least come clean and minimize the damage you're causing. For the rest of us, if we make honest, well-meaning mistakes, we can, I think, reestablish trust by being brutally direct and honest about why and how and when and what. And that's at least something I practice. I cannot promise that I'm not going to make mistakes. That would be ridiculous. But I can promise that I will speak honestly about the things I see, but also about my own failings. And by the way, thank you for the support. It's been absolutely tremendous. I know I look like I haven't slept in days. That's because I haven't slept in days. And so thank you for those who said that I'm a pasty, pale mess and need to get a tan and a sandwich and some sleep. That is great advice. And as soon as I get a moment to relax from this crisis, I will take your advice. In the last couple of months, it's been very difficult to get a tan, a sandwich, or much sleep. So, so I apologize for that, but thank you so much for your support.
Yeah, that's been great. I mean, do you think? I mean, I've been talking over the last few days about the need for people, you know, to acknowledge that fraud can happen anywhere, and this is a problem that we should all be worried about. I'm not saying, for the record, that I think there's been fraud at MtGox, but it's starting to look as though we're starting to ask the question: who knew what and when? Because it's very unlikely that nothing was known by anybody leading up to this, and in particular, if I can just share my screen for a moment, there's a lot of accusations going on. This is a screen grab that I took the other day, and this is Neo Future here, this chap, and he's one of the moderators for MtGox. He's an MtGox contractor. He is also a customer of theirs. He has, all of the moderators have claimed that they don't have any access to privileged information. They just get told what to say and then they just say it. But he does say that he speaks to Mark every day, and look at the way he's treating the customers. He's polishing the ban hammer at this moment in time. It's 2:43 a.m. and, you know, customers are coming to him and they're asking him hard questions about the status of Gox, and him and Sarah were telling people that the funds were okay, and as a result, the people were coming into this IRC channel feeling as though they had access to privileged information. They felt slightly like, okay, this is cool, this looks like these Bitcoins are going for bargain basement prices, and these guys are on here frequently saying that they trust Mark Karpeles. I mean, here just earlier on, Neo Future is still claiming that he trusts Mark. He's not backtracking on that. When he came online today, Neo Future didn't know anything. The other people in the forum knew more than he did, and they were telling him, and Sarah as well, his colleague, when she came on in the morning, she didn't know what had happened. She claimed that she was not laid off and that she would go away and find out more, but then she never actually came back. See if there's anything interesting. Oh, right. And so then lots of people were sort of saying, well, look, why didn't you? You had a personal responsibility as an MtGox member of staff. You could have asked hard questions. Don't just blame this on your CEO or whatever. And then he backtracked and said, oh no, but I haven't said your coins are safe for weeks. They just want to wriggle their way out of it. But that's like, what? So you're saying that you suspected something and you didn't tell us? And so this sort of unraveling is what really saddens me. And the fact is, but the burden is on all of us to manage upwards and to ask those tough questions of the people that are running our organizations and have the keys to our bank accounts and so on.
Yeah, and I can honestly say that, and I've talked about this in my statement on Gox, that last week, as I saw public postings by Carpellas implementing the changes in the code required to initiate withdrawals, and then I saw withdrawals hitting the blockchain from Gox, I was optimistic. I thought, and I've said this publicly before, I had no indication in the past that Carpellas was acting in bad faith. I had no indication or anything to tell me they had solvency problems. And in fact, based on their public statements, if they did keep things in cold storage, then even a bad implementation could not drain the cold storage. It would only drain the hot wallet, which would be immediately noticeable and addressed. So last week I was actually optimistic. I was hoping that Gox could come back at least long enough for people to withdraw their money and learn this lesson again, and not be subject to further damage. By the way, Tom has asked you to invite a couple more people. I don't know if you saw that, Chris.
I did.
All right, great. And so, I was absolutely fooled. If this turns out to be as bad as it seems to right now, then while Carpellas was publicly talking about the implementation fixes and doing these things, it appears that a lot more was going on behind the scenes. And so I think I was fooled too, and it's important to take that lesson and learn from it. I found out yesterday pretty much at the same time as everybody else. I heard a rumor, and then I saw the posting online from the blog from 2-Bit Idiot, who has a Tumblr blog, who actually broke the story. And that's when I first found out that there was a problem. And so at that point, I was absolutely shocked, just like everybody else, because up to that point, while I had often said that this is a very poorly managed exchange that has serious problems and people should avoid it, I was still hopeful that they were going to fix this long enough at least for customers to get out. And all of the public statements indicated that they were working on an implementation fix. They were talking with other programmers about it, and they started even processing some transactions that were made public. I believe it was on Saturday, and we saw a little spike on the Gox price as that happened. And for a moment there, I was hopeful, oh, finally we can at least have people get their funds out.
But that just made me feel like it was manipulation, though, didn't you? Didn't you feel like you were being played because you had all this front running, you had all these price actions?
Yeah, we had that discussion that day, right? We had the discussion on Friday when we were looking at the front running. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing: I had no indication before that Mark was dealing in bad faith. Everything that I saw could be explained by gross incompetence, and so I had no reason to believe otherwise. And I said that in exactly that way. I have no reason to believe in bad faith because I've seen no indication of it. I do think there is a serious problem with gross incompetence. Now I'm not so sure. I still don't know what has happened, and I don't think we'll find out for weeks, if not months. But I certainly can't say that there was now that there is an indication of bad faith. I mean, the story that we have seen in public at least doesn't make sense to me. It simply doesn't add up. It's really strains credulity, even for someone who's very gullible. And what can we all learn from this? Well, I can learn to perhaps be less of an optimist and have less faith, because I feel essentially lied to, just like everybody else. But you can only speak through actions, and you can only take actions that validate your beliefs. So my actions were to not sell into a rumor, and try to do something for the industry, something positive, and to reassure customers. And everybody's going to have to figure out what actions we can individually take. And I'm open to criticism and suggestions and feedback, and I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of it, and a lot of it's going to be nasty. But that's how it goes.
And just to recap what the goals are for today, I wanted everyone today to stay positive about Bitcoin. Today's Tuesday, so we should be all going to our Bitcoin meetups. I'm going to be eating some pizza and talking about Bitcoin later tonight, and I hope that you will be too. It's time to talk about Bitcoin, the technology, and it's time to talk about the things that we're going to do in the future with Bitcoin that could even prevent this from happening again. Things like cryptographically secure exchanges, where you could tell based upon math that they actually have the money that they say they do, as well as contracts and other computer science type concepts such as if-then statements and while-do statements being applied to actual money with Bitcoin contracts and the Ethereum project, etc. There's a lot going on in Bitcoin, and a lot of it is positive.
Right. There's so much going on at the moment. I mean, in the background of this, more merchants than ever are signing on. We've seen new organizations step in and start trying Bitcoin. We're seeing some of the discussions by large payment providers even to start dabbling in Bitcoin and start experimenting with the protocol. At the same time, we have 80% of the volume of Bitcoin traded on exchanges that are continuing to trade and that are operated responsibly. There are great companies in this space, professionally managed, properly managed companies with incredible talent in them. And we shouldn't forget the fact that this is a very different industry than it was a year ago. A year ago, Gox could have dealt almost a death blow to Bitcoin, because it not only represented 80% of the volume of transactions, that's just a bit more than a year ago. Not only did it represent 80% of the volume of transactions, but there were very few other exchanges where you could, or no exchanges really, where you could transact with Bitcoin. And now we have an exchange network where Gox is the minority. It was, trading less than 20% even before it shut down its withdrawals. And 80% of the market was elsewhere, was with other players who emerged in the second wave of Bitcoin companies, with credible investors and professional management teams, with good development teams, and a proper structure to be able to not only scale, but also deliver quality services. I think that's what we're seeing now, is that there's all of this second generation of Bitcoin companies that are much more professional, much more qualified, much better run, and they're bringing innovations to the business every single day. Just yesterday, NeoB launched in Cyprus. It's the first Bitcoin exchange and Bitcoin debit card system that is backed by an actual banking license and has an office in Cyprus, and they did their launch yesterday. And this is really exciting time for Bitcoin. I still think 2014 is going to be an incredible year for Bitcoin. In fact, if anything, putting this behind us in February is probably going to be, in retrospect, as beneficial to Bitcoin as it was putting behind Silk Road, because the only good thing that comes out of this is that we can't be Goxed again.
Absolutely, and I think it's a good point that you make, Andreas, that there is more than one exchange right now. If you look at old Bitcoin report videos, when MtGox crashes, when it goes to 1 cent or whatever happens, that's it. The exchange data stops. The Bitcoin report doesn't have any more information because that was pretty much it. MtGox was the place to trade. And that's no longer true. We still have a live feed of information coming in from Bitstamp, from BTC-E, from Huobi, and from many other exchanges like Kraken or Coinbase. There's Bitcoin activity continuing without MtGox. And that's what's important to stress when you're talking to friends that are nervous or when you're talking to people that have seen scary reports in the media. This is just one exchange. Bitcoin itself is fine. Bitcoin continues to be traded. You could buy a gift card at GYFT today. There's many options where you could send your Bitcoins, sell your Bitcoins, or buy Bitcoins today. Everything is still working.
You know, all right, so playing devil's advocate, Gox, you're saying that when Gox.com, if Gox.com next week pops up with a website and they have an exchange and they moved all the accounts of MtGox over to Gox.com, you're telling me that nobody's going to be trading on it after they get their coins? They're going to withdraw their coins and they're not going to trade on it.
There's going to be a large nobody all of their coins.
Nobody who learned the lesson of the previous 5 Goxings is going to be trading on it. But there are some people, and there will be some people who did not learn that lesson, and there will be some new people who will go in completely unaware.
And I'll be the first one. I'll be the first one. Because here's the thing. Volatility is the key for trading. So those that are traders listening to this, and I'm sure out of the 672 that are watching right now, there's a few traders out there. Volatility is key. And I guarantee you, like right now, I haven't tweeted it out, but I'm saying right now on the live stream for the first time, I'm buying Gox BTC right now. I'm using BitcoinBuilder.com and I'm buying some. Now, I'm not buying $10,000, $20,000 worth, but I am buying Gox BTC. And the reason why is because I truly don't believe that these coins that have been locked into MtGox are gone and you're never going to see them again. Those of you that are out there listening and you're crying and worried about the coins that you're lost, don't give up. Not yet. Because nothing is in stone yet that those coins are done and you're never going to have access to them. What I truly think is going to happen is something to the effect of some other way this exchange is going to reopen. The BTC that you had previously, you're going to somehow get access to it. It may take a while. It may take months even. But that BTC is not gone. And I truly believe that something's going to come in its place. So I'm one of those ones that very well, if Gox.com comes up and it has the accounts there from Gox, I'll be using it to trade.
Yeah, as I said, some people don't learn the lesson until it's taught to them again. Bonavest, I'm sorry, I disagree with what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with the idea that traders should take risks if they are fully aware of the level of risk they're taking, and if they're willing to take that risk because the premium discount or the opportunity, the margin, justifies taking that risk in their minds. Go ahead. It's a free market. You wanna bet on some of those funds recovering. That's fine. You're doing that in full knowledge, taking full responsibility for your own actions, knowing that that risk is both very large and possibly could have a return. But what I would be very careful of is extending that to a broader message. We need to be very careful. New people should not use Gox, even if it comes back.
I completely agree.
Friends don't let friends get Goxed. So keep your friends away. Tell everyone you know to avoid this. As I have been for more than a year now, I've been telling people to not trade on Gox. Now, if you are a trader, a sophisticated trader, and you want to take that ridiculously high risk, that's your choice, and I think that's a valid message, but it's a message that has to go to a very, very specific audience. Sophisticated trader and investor who knows exactly what kind of risk they're taking on.
Right, and truly I agree. If you're a new person, yeah, you have no business. You wouldn't even know what Gox is right now. It'd be totally off your radar. But one of the things that I'm saying is that when in these conversations of non-traders talking about Bitcoin traders, the word trader to me inherently means you're taking risk. You know what you're doing as far as, hey, I've got some money and I could lose it all. Whether Bitcoin goes to zero or I trade bad and I lose all my money. You already know that there's risk involved. So if you don't know that, then yes, you are one of those people that you haven't quote, learned your lesson. But I hate to hear the fact that the words, people that haven't learned their lesson are going to learn it. They're traders. They're people that know what risk is about. They're risking money to possibly make more. I mean, it's one of those things where it's not a lesson.
In that case. Well, in that case, they already know the lesson. They've already absorbed this information.
Correct.
The problem is with people who go into this thinking they're getting something very different from what they're getting, and that has been a problem with Gox now for 2 years, where just because of their positioning in the beginning of this industry, they were able to maintain momentum and branding that allowed them to lure more new users into a system, users who did not have trading experience. And for those users, that is a repeating lesson. That is a lesson that generation after generation of users in Gox have had to learn with each new Goxing. Most of the people who learned that lesson back in April stopped putting their money in Gox back in April. And if you did, despite that risk, because you were making a calculated and informed decision, all power to you. What I want to make sure is that we don't have to teach this lesson again to people who go into it unaware.
You guys are talking about, I hear so much talk about lessons that can be learned, individual lessons and lessons that maybe some of the more experienced users can teach new users, or just the community as a whole. I guess what's been hitting me so hard lately about this, as I talk to people and my phone rings and emails come in, is that with all, and you guys mentioned it, the light on the horizon is bright, with Ethereum, Next, Mastercoin, open transactions, and so on. Those learning about those things over the last 6 or 7 months for me has opened up even more vivid awareness of the problems with the trust model under which we currently live. We talk about this on Fridays quite a bit. We touch on it here and there depending on the issue, but the problem is that a third party that shouldn't have been trusted was trusted and performed very, very poorly. Inept, they were inept, incompetent. Andreas has covered this extensively and adequately, sufficiently. But for new users and things like that, I think it's more of a lesson about what Bitcoin and distributed technologies can teach the world in unraveling the knots of thousands of years of a central trust model. So when none of these third parties in finance, period, any of them, should have our trust. We take calculated risks like you guys were talking about. Maybe say some people store 4 figures on their Coinbase account, but they feel comfortable that their email that they used is 2-step, their Coinbase account has 2-step, and so on. They've covered their butts enough to take that risk. A lot of the new users, 2-step verification is a brand new concept to them. A lot of the seasoned users have 2-step for some accounts and not for others, or they have it for their Bitcoin accounts but not the emails that they use to log in with them, and things like that. Even Coinbase doesn't necessarily deserve the trust that so many of us give it, and I'm looking forward to teasing this idea out for all the people who are going to come to Bitcoin and look at it initially confused, and then with the help of others, hopefully some of us and more, less so confused, and see that the way that we've been conducting ourselves as it pertains to property, as it pertains to trust, and outsourcing all these things is defunct and unnecessary any longer. So that's the lesson I have been searching to succinctly codify for my contacts, my friends, family, and acquaintances that contact me, is what to communicate about how this is the way the world has worked, and these are why we have the problems that we have. And just because of Bitcoin, the guy who has been working on the Open Transactions project is Chris Odom.
Chris
right?
Odom.
Yeah. He articulated really nicely in the Miami conference during his talk about what, if the open source distributed network Bitcoin campaigners, the early true believers, were the no servers crowd. Yet all the infrastructure being built up around Bitcoin in the early days, and perhaps rightfully so, a necessary step or whatever, were server-based and sincerely trust-based to a fault. You know, here we have this model, this thing that can live in a trustless ecosystem, and we're not used to that. So even the people who are, I wouldn't put Mark Karpelès in this category, but even the people building the infrastructure who are as knowledgeable about, you know, the code and you know, all the nitty-gritty aspects of Bitcoin, the software and everything, the engineering of it and everything, are building up these entities with servers in place, with a third-party failure switch right in place. So to articulate this to people, and I identify that MtGox is a situation not very unlike how governments fail people, especially democratically elected ones that sell hopes and dreams, how they constantly fail their constituents, how churches and church leaders fail their constituents, how banks and institutions and payment systems fail their constituents, how merchants who have to use these things, aka Target, Sony, PlayStation, and so on, fail their constituents. So, you know, Bitcoin hasn't failed anybody here, and that's easy enough to communicate. You know, that there's nothing wrong with the technology. It's just these businesses that sucked. But I want to tease out more the problems with the whole concept of trust and what we can do. What, you know, I want to show people who are so brand new and novice level, or even below novice level about Bitcoin, a glimpse of the future, of a trustless future, and that's an important project.
All right, so I just got this tweet, which is either a hysterical troll or the most inept public relations I have ever seen. I'm not quite sure yet. All right, so this is a tweet. I don't know if we can post it. It's in the chat room. I just posted it up. This is a new Twitter account called MtGox Reloaded. One word, MtGox Reloaded. It has the MtGox logo. I do not know if this is a parody account, but they have 2 tweets right now. The first tweet is, oh, they have 3 tweets now. The first tweet is, putting in place some major changes, exciting things on the horizon for MtGox. The second tweet is actually a reply to me, a mention, and it says, Antonop, stop with the theatrics. MtGox is in the process of restructuring and resuming withdrawals. Stay tuned.
They also have a mock. They also have a mock Facebook account as well. I'm saying mock because everyone's calling it a mock. I mean, it's actually quite funny because they've done the branding in accordance with what was in that leaked document.
Well, is the MtGox.com Twitter account a hoax? Because so far I haven't seen any tongue-in-cheek. The third tweet says, "Thank you to everyone for your patience. We are in the process of resuming trading and will be operational soon." These are live tweets that I'm reading right now, which, you know, reading tweets over the air is very CNN-ish of me. Now we're the new media replicating the old media, repeating the new media. But yeah, so
nothing was more meta than reading an IRC chat out loud.
Yeah, this is yeah, exactly. So this is, if it's a parody, awesome, hilarious. It is funny, and at the same time not so funny for the people who have lost money. But it is funny that you're trying to create a parody account of MtGox. If this is real, then Mark, I hope that tweet is used in the indictment against you. That's all I have to say. If you are currently trying to promote the revamped MtGox, given everything that's happened before, you know, that would make me concerned that we have not been MtGoxed for the last time, and that's the only hope I have of something coming out of this. So, you know, if the only thing that will stop you is ending up in jail. I'm hoping the Japanese authorities are already looking into that. And if they are, these tweets are going to be part of your indictment deservedly. So, so I would probably avoid doing that.
I would like to play devil's advocate and say, perhaps, what if these tweets are real? It does use the new MtGox logo from the Crisis Strategy Draft, and if we look at the Crisis Strategy Draft, it does have a strategy to shut down MtGox and to relaunch MtGox under the name Gox, and that this was their new plan to survive, to launch a letter from the CEO, again, the Gox image used. Of course, the simplest explanation is probably the right one, and this is probably a parody by the same people who made the document. We're probably seeing a parody on top of a parody.
That's what people are saying in the IRC as well. I just asked them what they thought of the Facebook account and of the Twitter feed, and the consensus is that this is manipulation, that this is just being used to kind of steer the price.
And it's very unfortunate for people who have lost money in this, who are now seeing this become a joke and a parody, but that's the way it is today. This is the MtGox crisis document, which previously was one of the only sources we have about what could be going on inside of MtGox, and yet many agree that this document may be fake, has now expanded into the MtGox Reloaded Twitter account, which is now twittering. Thanks for everyone for your patience. We're in the process of resuming trading, and we'll be operational soon.
I think if somebody's thanking everyone for their patience on the issue of MtGox, then that is for very, very small values of everyone and very, very small values of patience. So I would like to thank you all for hosting me, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this publicly. At this time, I would like to take the advice of many of the listeners who have been very supportive, and I'm going to take a break, get a tan, have a sandwich, and maybe get some sleep. So thank you all. Keep up the good work, Tom and everybody else. It was great chatting with everyone, and good luck, and let's hope this resolves quickly.
Excellent.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andreas.
And we're just going to keep going here on the World Crypto Network. Our goal has always been to have an 8-hour hangout, which at that point I don't know what will happen, if Google will cut us off or if we'll have to start a new hangout. But our goal is to try to push it as far as we can. And I'll just go ahead and start by recapping the news in case anyone's just joining us. MtGox has released a statement on their website. It says, "Dear MtGox customers, in light of recent news reports and the potential repercussions on MtGox's operations and the market, a decision was taken to close all transactions for the time being in order to protect the site and our users. We will be closely monitoring the situation and will react accordingly. Best regards, MtGox team." Chris J., what do you think about this statement? Does this really satisfy or fulfill any of the questions that you had about the MtGox situation?
Definitely. They've excelled themselves. That's a brilliant statement. What's not to like about that? That's ridiculous. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for them. I don't really know what to say, really.
It's embarrassing. It's confusing. It doesn't help the situation. In contrast with blockchain and the other exchanges who banded together last night, who got their message out first, they used a multi-paragraph message. They explained what they were talking about. MtGox gives us one paragraph and best regards. Will, what do you think about MtGox's statement this morning that they released?
Pretty empty, par for the course. We've seen this before when they've had other issues, when they've goxed us in the past. Similar stuff too with other scam websites or scam operations. Same type of short, like the scammers on the other end of the computer terminal, typing as fast as they can, skipping articles and identifiers in their speech, leaving out the A's and the ands and the buts and the thes and stuff. That's what it read like to me, was somebody typed that quick and hit send without proofing. It's funny too, I wonder, the crisis report that was leaked yesterday, did it? I'm trying to recall in rapid fire reading this stuff super late at night last night. Which publication contained this message? But I read something, and I think it was from that crisis report with the message of, it sounded like an official release or whatever internally from MtGox, and it said something to the effect of MtGox could go bankrupt at any moment. I mean, that I think was verbatim one of the statements in I think that crisis memo. Am I right?
The crisis memo, which still could be a great work of parody. Let's all reserve that.
That's what occurred to me, because
could go bankrupt at any moment, and certainly deserves to as a company, which is strange language even from lawyers brought in to fix a problem, which is what I assume is happening to MtGox.
That sounds like a mistranslation at best. It sounds like a mistranslation from a non-Roman Latin-based language, maybe. You know what I mean?
Given the size of this company, that they could be writing a message in Japanese and translating it, even with automated software or some kind of pathetic method.
Mark Capellas is French. Mark Capellas is French, and they got anglophones working for them. That's never been a problem. The problem is they just don't want to communicate. I mean, what about that? When you viewed the source on the MtGox homepage this morning, it actually had like a bit of markup in the code.
I saw that afterwards, and I cursed myself for not thinking of that when we were on the air. But you just can't get to everything. But it was fascinating to see that they would bother to take down the page and put up a blank page, which is a nightmarish idea from the idea of communications. You're halting all communications. You're showing, failure of communications, yet at the same time, you're technically able to communicate. Your servers are still technically up, and you're choosing to serve nothing instead of your message. Like, whatever you've got, you better have it then. You've taken action. You've shut down. Did anyone receive an email from MtGox, any of the customers? I know. I guess I have an account on there. I don't recall receiving an email.
No. I received flowers from the FTD delivery, the 1-800 flowers this morning, saying sorry.
No sorry flowers? No
That's
roses?
I got them, but what, you didn't get them? You didn't get them?
All right, so at least Bonavest received flowers. The rest of us need to check the front door and see if there's flowers from MtGox and maybe a nice card.
They might be under the mat. Check under the mat.
A lot of people have lost, thousands of dollars here, and it's very unfortunate. And hopefully the thousands of dollars are coming back in this new, possibly parody project here.
Do not bank on it. Do not just pretend like that doesn't exist. The best thing you can do if you've got a lot of money tied up in GOX right now is just prepare yourself for the worst. Don't tell yourself any stories about how it might be okay, because if they are just playing you, then they're winning. The best thing you can do right now is focus on other areas of your life and just let this play out. This was the information that we needed really to get us closure. We know now that the domain has gone down. The reason why, by the way, that those communications are so badly prepared is probably because nobody wants to do it inside of the organization. Every person's just passing it on to the next guy, passing it on to the next guy. Nobody really wants to take ownership of that role. And I think what's happened is
I thought what you just said, Chris, was very obvious in the video of the protester confronting Mark Karpeles with his coffee and umbrella on his way into work. He's like trying to dodge and get around and get to the door. He's not, this protester is doing a good job of just trying to engage him in conversation, rightfully disgruntled, and Mark Karpeles doesn't want to hear him. This is, that was the cherry on the rest of the sundae of all of this strange communication and obvious ineptitude. I'm amazed that it took so long for the board of the Bitcoin Foundation board to encourage him to resign. I'm amazed that it took them so long to do that, and amazed also at these internal documents, the rebranding effort. It's a scramble. They like you said, Thomas, they pull the website, but the servers are still up, and all that does is make people feel like you ran off with their money. You disappear from the scene, like the exchange in Hong Kong, like the Silk Road, or these kinds of Black Market Reloaded, Sheep Market, all these places that it just up and disappeared. Atlantis.
At least with the Silk Road, we knew where the bitcoins were.
Sure. I mean, but all that does is harken back to when websites go down and disappear. When a scammer's up and trying to fool you, impersonate someone. Like there was this guy sending Facebook messages on, impersonating Paul Werner of Cryptsy and trying to swindle people out of large holdings of different cryptocurrencies by direct messaging them into some internal promotion that Cryptsy was running. And as soon as enough people caught on, and this person communicated with me too, and it was very clear that even through the normal vetting practice of the course of a busy day and checking out who this person is real quick and is this really Paul Werner and so on, looked good enough to continue to communicate and possibly cooperate with this person. And even after some Reddit posts hit our Bitcoin about this potential scam going on and people contacting Sean's Outpost because I think that one of the initial posts on Reddit about this potential scam was from Jason King and so on. Even after some posts are on Reddit with 20, 30 comments in them, this person's still communicating with a couple people I know and myself, trying to finish his theft, right? And it felt when that guy disappeared, deleted his Facebook profile and whatever, that's what I felt the few days later when last night and the website goes dark.
Yeah, well, and MtGox did it before that with taking down their Twitter account. They removed all of their tweets, which is again very strange action to take. Let's say that you were a PR firm and you had come in and you're going to rebrand Gox as Gox.com. Would you take down all of your previous tweets and take down your website? Those seem more like the actions of a company that expects to be sued, rather than a company that expects to rebrand and relaunch.
You would do it exactly like that. You know why? Because you want to buy back cheap super coins shystily and be able to screw everybody else because you're looking out for yourself. And that's what I believe would happen. I think in some shape, form, some sort of way, Mark Capellis or the guys that are in Gox said, you know what, I've got a quick solution. What we could do is create a little bit of panic. The price is already plummeting. We're below 200. Let's nab some coins now. Because guess what? They're buying up all those coins at $100 or $200 and even lower. And then when everything rebounds, who's got all the coins?
Yeah, and these aren't unfounded. These aren't unfounded. And of course, that's just an opinion. We're just expressing opinions on here.
We're just talking.
We're just talking. But I mean, the reason the reason why the mods in the IRC chat room don't have a right to tell us to shut up about this is that we've seen this before. We do have a precedent. We know that there are temptations in the marketplace, that people will fall for those temptations. If they feel that they can get away with the crime, they will commit the crime. And if there's sufficient incentive and opportunity, they will manipulate the system if they can. And this goes completely against the core philosophy of Bitcoin, which was supposed to a network that was supposed to reward honesty more than fraud, which is the opposite of the way our current financial system works, where you're more incentivized to lie than you are to be honest.
Yeah, you're more incentivized to find the loopholes and figure out how to gain an advantage in the system with the rules and the ever-changing rules, but being more well-read on the rules than the other guy and gain an advantage, find loopholes, basically lie and fraudster your way over your adversary or your competition. That's how the current system is tailored. And yeah, Chris, very well put. And Bitcoin is beautiful in that it defies that and resists it.
The only line that I ever draw is watching the Twitter feeds and some comments and things like that is the people that complain about how this is turning out this scamming and people losing monies and the thieves and the blah blah blah. And then it's like those better not be the same people that are screaming about, oh, we don't want government regulation, we don't want this. Okay, well, for right now, the quick and easy is two things. Either you have government regulation that puts FDIC and insures banks and does all that kind of crap, but guess what? Government's kind of got their hands in it. Or you don't do that, and guess what? For right now, yeah, you have to deal with this stuff. So don't complain. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, well, we need to show, we'll be judged as a community on how we handle this crisis by the outside world, and that's why I think it's important that we show some strong leadership, that we show that we can self-regulate, that we don't need external influences, and that only comes, like I say, by tool building. Not making money, but making tools, because that's what we're able to do in places like GitHub. Even if you're not a coder, you can still get involved at the project management level. You can still get involved as marketing. Everyone's influential to someone. If there is a project like CoinPunk app, for example, or like the one that we mentioned earlier, which allows for full disclosure. I mean, even just as a customer of an exchange like BTCE, who earlier on were forced to make a very uncharacteristic statement for them. It was well written in fluent English, which is not like them at all. They've obviously gone to great lengths, and they're clearly feeling the pressure. What you should do as a customer of one of these exchanges is you should put pressure on them to say, I need to see a full reserve policy. I need you to be able to give me provability, mathematical proofs that you've got the money that you say that you've got. Preferably, it needs to be company-wide. They need to show that they have it all over the system. But even if it's just to prove that your money is there, then that's a little bit. And if you keep putting pressure on them as a consumer, then that puts pressure on their marketing department, because then that provides a sufficient marketing incentive for any competitor. And the one thing you hate as a startup or even an established company is the startup you haven't heard of. You're worried about the next competitor that's going to come along and disrupt you. And so, yeah, that's what we can do as just regular users, just traders.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'm getting a text. Go ahead, Thomas, and then I got a little update.
It's about the technology. Bitcoin is superior technology, and we're going to solve this problem with superior technology. Things that Andreas is talking about, Merkle trees that allow you to confirm the reserves of an exchange, are the things that we need in the future, and the things that we're going to get not because of regulation or force, but because of companies competing against each other. Right now, the major exchanges have fixed their transaction malleability problem, but can they fix the next problem, which is going to be proving your reserves, proving the way your exchange works, proving that your security and your solvency, not keeping it a secret, not storing your bitcoins in a black box and hoping that they're safe, because obviously that didn't work for MtGox.
So I guess they have a new tweet up, Gox Reloaded, at Gox Reloaded has a new tweet asking their followers to join our YouTube chat.
And to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, my Lord.
Kumbaya is an excellent choice because I know for a fact that's royalty-free music. So you're okay to sing Kumbaya.
So is hot cross buns, but we're not going to go that route.
We have about 3 songs that we can sing. Yes, that's it.
So we've got a new article out, guys. Foxbusiness.com.
All right, Chris, do you want to bring it up and maybe just intro it a little?
See if I can do that.
And also,
so I'm literally reading this for the first time. And it seems to be saying that a journalist, John Fisher, an industry consultant based in New York, Fox Business, obtained private chat logs from a conversation. In those logs, Karpeles tells Fisher he has not given up on MtGox, and he can't disclose if he has decided to step down. So I love this, right? Are you insolvent? That's confidential. Are you going to step down? Can't tell you. He can't tell you even if he's decided or not. Giving up, says Karpeles, is not part of how I usually do things. I wish you would, mate. I really wish this time it would be different. Multiple attempts to contact Karpeles and a spokesperson at MtGox were unsuccessful. In the IRC, Karpeles says he is still in Tokyo. He sent a link with a photo of his keyboard. I want to see that. What? Okay, is this a hoax? Are you seeing this?
Is it on the internet? It may be.
Like, yeah, maybe we should just check to see if that link isn't just like a random image. That doesn't actually prove.
It seems like a link to foxbusiness.com in the top header. The article seems legitimate.
Yeah, okay. As proof that he was at home with my cat being a pain sleeping on the keyboard. Oh, that's why you can't get your $100 million, guys. Oh, sorry about that, everyone. My cat was on my keyboard.
I hate it when that happens.
Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to get $365 million worth of Bitcoin out to my customers. Come on, move. Carpella says that any Bitcoin he personally owns was on MtGox, meaning he will lose money if the exchange fails. By the way, the mods, the mods on the forum said the same. On the IRC said the same thing, that they had coins and they were going to lose it. I don't know if I'd buy it personally. In response to a question about how much he personally stands to lose, Carpellas writes, "Well, technically speaking, it's not lost just yet, just temporarily unavailable." When asked about the viability of an unregulated currency, he writes, "To be quite honest, the pressure we got from the banks and the governments makes things very hard." Carpellas comes from a tumultuous February for the exchange. Accounts within MtGox were frozen early this month, preventing investors from withdrawing funds. Exchange blamed software malleability. We know all of this. Mark position of the board of directors, Monday night document appearing, yes, we know all this. So this is just sort of background stuff. Yeah, it's just background stuff. Oh, okay, so here we have a transcript by the looks of it. Is the crisis strategy draft even legit? More or less, was the response. Oh, I don't. Is this real? Can anyone tell us if this is real on the IRC? Let's see if anyone's saying anything. Someone's told me that that is actually that Carpellas's cat. You can see the cat on his YouTube account. That's got to be a laugh as well, to go over to see Mark Carpellas's YouTube account. As the name suggests, it's a draft and it's a bunch of proposals to deal with the issue at hand, not things that are actually planned and or done. This said, this document was not produced by MtGox. Well, okay, that confirmed what we thought, doesn't it? Right, what we were saying earlier. So Fisher says, "Are you stepping down as CEO and away from Gox too? If you can't."
But we have to parse his statement here. He says he denies that the document was produced by MtGox, but confirms that it is more or less legitimate. So I would say that MtGox has had some kind of outside group come in to help them with their problem, and he's in a way confirming that. Is it a real document? Did 2-Bit Idiot have the greatest leak in the MtGox crash? Is that what we're seeing from foxbusiness.com?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it, but it's just so strange the way this is all coming out. So Carpella says to whether or not he is stepping down, he says he can't disclose that yet. So you guys still actively trying to save it, though. We haven't given up is the response. Do you still believe in the viability of an unregulated digital currency like Bitcoin, though? Carpellas, difficult, to be quite honest. The pressure we got from the banks and the governments made things very hard. Fisher, do you think if we regulated it, it would make it easier for things to work out? Carpellas, partially. Fisher, how so? Carpellas replies, well, first, avoid being blocked by banks and governments around the world. If regulated, it means that as long as you follow the regulations, you're fine. And Fisher goes on to say, how much did you lose yourself? Well, technically speaking, it's not lost just yet. It's just temporarily unavailable. That's unbelievable, because if the document is more or less legitimate, which is what it says up here, and the document states that they've lost something like 750,000 bitcoins over several years, then how on earth do they plan on getting those back? And who just made $300 and some odd million as well? Like, yeah. Who's that person?
Chris,
I did it.
Go back a little bit in that Q&A, that interview, and there's a point at which I think it was like 3 questions back, 3 or 4 questions back. There was just something that Carpella said. It had to do with regulation. He asked, "Do you think an unregulated digital currency like Bitcoin is viable?" Or read the question again, and then the answer.
Do you still believe in the viability of an unregulated digital currency like Bitcoin, though? is the question, and the answer, difficult. To be quite honest, pressure we got from banks and governments makes things very hard.
Right. So the fact that Bitcoin was unregulated, according to Mark's answer, the fact that Bitcoin is unregulated had nothing to do with the trouble that they are having. In fact, what his answer indicates is that the pressure from banks and governments that they got was because of a competitive advantage that they had with Bitcoin. It had nothing to do with the fact that it's unregulated, and their pressure that they're applying is in some way, you know, to intervene and help regulate their business or the cryptocurrency market in general. You know, and then the next couple of questions too, they dig into that a little bit more, but it's I mean, it's like they're on two different worlds. I don't know what Mark Karpellis's predilections are when it comes to regulation. I'm sure he doesn't like the harassment of this, you know, like new frontier and whatever. But it's clear that the reporter is talking about, oh yeah, it's probably the problems you're having have to do with it being unregulated, and Karpellis is saying, well, you know, we don't have permission yet, so we're getting the iron fist, right? That's what he's really saying. They're on two different wavelengths.
Yeah. We'd like to welcome Derek J. Freeman from Peace News Now. Hello, Derek. How's it going?
Hey, everyone. It's very good to be with you. I've been enjoying the coverage so far, and I look forward to more optimistic news going forward.
Hey, Derek. How you doing?
Very well. Good to be with you, Chris J.
Thanks. Good to see you. I just want to.
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
I just want to quickly point out, somebody on the IRC did point out that this article does claim that Mark Karpellis is the Bitcoin CEO. I didn't even notice that. So we probably should view this article with some skepticism.
Derek, I just want to compliment you on your screenshot right now, the cam shot. Everything looks sharp. You've got a bright tie, a nice suit. Your backdrop is of the world. You know, if you could make the WCN globe spin, done. I'd send you a tip right now. You're looking sharp, man.
Thanks a lot. I try to dress to impress. I just came from a conference in New Hampshire where Bitcoin was on display. People were using Bitcoin, and I just wanted to jump in. I know we're talking about GOX and about the negative news, but I want to mention that, you know, being in the Bitcoin community, people haven't stopped using it. I mean, people were using it to buy shirts and shoes and tickets and all kinds of things. Even I used it to buy beer and a cigar at a local store in New Hampshire. So people haven't stopped using Bitcoin. This isn't the end of crypto by any means. And I just want to make sure that that gets said enough times, despite all the chaos today.
Absolutely. And how was Liberty Forum, Derek? What were the speakers like? Was there anything memorable that you enjoyed?
Yeah, particularly Thomas Drake from the NSA was one of the first whistleblowers before Edward Snowden, and he's hopeful for the project of the Free State Project, the hope for liberty in our lifetime of people getting together to achieve freedom. And part of that, for me, is the success of Bitcoin in the New Hampshire community. Not just Bitcoin, but all cryptocurrencies. Several podcasts focusing on cryptocurrencies themselves are generated out of New Hampshire. One being Neocash Radio, which is a very popular podcast talking about the future of money now. And Bitcoin has always played a huge role in the New Hampshire economy, as long as it's been around. Because people have been trading tickets and food items and rides for Bitcoin. Over the weekend, I was able to use Bitcoin to secure several taxi cab rides, and as I mentioned, buy scotch and a cigar. So yeah, Liberty Forum is very exciting, but the most exciting part was interacting with all the people who are still using Bitcoin. No one was saying this is the end. A lot of people were upset. A lot of people had lost money in GOX, but they knew what was coming even before the closing happened. People who have been watching this issue closely knew what was coming, and not everything, but had a pretty good idea of some things weren't safe. So the exciting part is that Bitcoin marches on, and that a lot of people see this as an opportunity. My heart sincerely goes out to the people who have been adversely affected by the fraud that has taken place. And I don't want to, tell people like, shame on you, you should have known better. Certainly there was a fraud here, so it seems to me. And, a victim of fraud is certainly someone to empathize with. But the happy news is that Bitcoin will survive. I was thankful to be a part of the blockchain.info presentation, a table that people were able to walk up to, learn a little bit about Bitcoin. Most already had wallets, and some people had questions about, well, how do I use my Apple blockchain wallet now that it's defunct? I can't update that. And so we were helping them transition into new wallets. So it's very exciting. There's a lot of good stuff that's coming down the pike for Bitcoin, especially HTML5 wallets. So adoption is still spreading, despite what I think is not a. I mean, this is a big deal for people who are affected, but this isn't a big deal for Bitcoin. This is going to be a bump in the road.
Absolutely, and we could be much better off without MtGox. They were an early exchange. They carried us across the plains. There was great battles with the Native Americans, but we might not need them anymore. We have plenty of other exchanges who are going to be able to implement new security features and to expand to offer the new security that their customers are going to want in the future.
Yeah, it's a great lesson learned. I mean, who was ready to take on an exchange of MtGox's size at the time that they did? They really did a lot of people a great service by providing their exchange, by converting it from Magic the Gathering cards over to Bitcoin. That's a huge win. At least it was for a little while. And yeah, it's unfortunate it wasn't able to sustain and grow, but that's not really what it was designed for in the first place, right?
I'm told that it was written in PHP. It might have been kind of a slapdash production, and that it lasted a long time. It served a lot of people well. A lot of people made money, and then in the end, a lot of people are in an unknown status right now, but basically, we believe that they have lost money, and that MtGox probably doesn't have the money that they owe their people. So
it does seem that way. However, people who are out money and are out a lot, it's my impression that they're still interested in buying, and they want to buy back at those low prices. And with the explosion of these Bitcoin ATMs, RoboCoin and Lamasu, that are making their way all over the country and indeed the world, I think people are going to be buying this en masse for the coming year. This is just, I see this as a buy.
You know what? One thing strikes me too about the longevity. I mean, the lifespan, if this is the death of MtGox, it lived one of the longest lives for a Bitcoin business out there. And if not maybe the longest in terms of like prominent, let's call it the Fortune 5 or something in Bitcoin. So what did they do with all of their profits along the way? I mean, there were clear lapses in the code of their site and their trading engine, and the April crash in 2013 was largely due to their trading engine unable to handle the volume, and so that crash was much more severe than it needed to be. At that time, they still had like 60 or 70% of market share for trading, and I mean, for all of the profits that surely were pouring in, I mean, either the back door was wide open the whole time and profits were just going out the back door to these thieves who were exploiting the transaction malleability for all this time. Maybe Gox was aware of that, maybe they weren't, or they just were pocketing everything and not investing in research and development whatsoever, not upgrading them. There was like one site upgrade, or maybe two, but one for sure that I saw in 2013, and no enhanced security features really beyond two-step authorization.
It sounds to me.
I don't know. That's mystifying.
Well, it sounds to me like you're describing the complacency of success, where they were on top for so long, so easily, with seemingly such little effort, converting this Magic the Gathering platform, a trading card platform, into a serious exchange handling. Was it billions of dollars? It was certainly millions. And it seems like they weren't even aware of what they needed to be doing. The complacency didn't give them any sort of signals of maybe we need to ramp up our security here. I mean, you can bet this is sending a strong signal to the rest of the Bitcoin exchange community and people who haven't even started up their exchanges yet, who are just waiting to do that and saying, what can I learn from this situation?
Absolutely, and they're learning that they're going to need a lot more security.
I've just managed to find, thanks to the guys on the IRC, the MtGox IRC chat, an original copy of that full interview here on the wickedfire.com website. And this is a full version. Mark does describe how he's got a weight problem because of all the stress. He's been overeating, he's been drinking too many Cokes, so not just chocolates, but also Cokes as well. And also down here, very revealingly, you know, John, assuming this is real, we don't know absolutely conclusively, but this seems to look legitimate so far, is the interviewer asked him how much Bitcoin is unavailable for you, and Mark replies, "I'm not even sure." He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know how many he's lost personally, because he says here, "I didn't check my wallet before pushing the site offline." So it was him that pushed the site offline. And then John asks him, well, do you have anything to say to everyone before all the pissed off people start going nuts even more? Mark replies, not really. Maybe just a link. Something like this. And then, it's not going to load up. There you go.
But, by the way, this is partially like what I was just saying about there's possibilities of something going to happen. I still think that people that have coins don't necessarily go, and I guess there were stories of people killing themselves over BTC. It's like, don't go off the board yet. Just wait.
And don't go off the board anyway. No one.
Yeah, either way.
More money.
So this is what we get. Our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. And that's how he's treating this. He's like a teenager.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
And here's his cat, if anyone cares. This is from Mark Karpellis' Facebook. Probably taking a bit of a risk putting this up here, but you know, what the hell. It's public. So Mark Karpellis, that's his cat, and he's going in for a CT scan. So that's a bit sad. I hope the cat was okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Chris, what was that quote you cited? Something that Mark Karpellis attributed to himself in this interview, or is that just something you conjured?
This is from, so the evidence we have for its legitimacy is it comes from foxbusiness.com. Seems to be using the Fox branding. Okay, I'm not a big fan of Fox really, but I can at least count them to be not insane. They do seem to have made a glaring error in describing Mark as the Bitcoin CEO, but apart from that, everything seems to make sense. It all coheres. Mark sounds the same as I've heard him before in other interviews. And then this fuller interview contains all of the accuracies of the one used in the article. It just seems to be padded out, and it's just got more to it.
And the quote about getting up after you fall, was that something Karpellis attributed to himself, or is that an anecdote you're sharing?
It was in response to the interviewer's question, is there anything you'd like to say to everyone before all the pissed off people start going nuts even more? And he said, just a link.
Yeah, and if he was living by that ethic, we might have seen some better research and development, some progress, some better patches for problems that Mt. Gox has exhibited during their lifespan, right? I mean, great if he's going to do that now. If he's going to pick himself up and try to keep going and not give up on his company, okay, fine. You know, I like that ethic, but that clearly was not in place. You know, like Derek pointed out, all of the little thoughts and musings I was sharing a minute ago were identifying the success, the complacency that comes with success that Mt. Gox and Mark Karpellis and his management team experienced. So they weren't living by that ethic of, because they have stumbled greatly, mightily in 4 times previously, at least that we know of, before this episode, and it was clear to many, many people who are close to the inside, let's say, that they hadn't done enough to resolve those things. They got things back up and running with chicken wire and duct tape and kept moving instead of investing in their company, making it more secure for themselves, for their customers. They've really failed a great deal in being a kind of leader in the space that they were for those years. They
Please
accepted the title.
For interrupting you. Has Mark Karpellis been invited to this broadcast?
Well, why don't we do that? Why don't I do that right now?
That's a good idea.
Why don't we do that?
Real quick on stating it, I think we're reading a lot into this, the link, the verbiage of the link that we just looked at. I think we're reading way too much into it. If I was sitting in front of Mark or chatting with Mark and he said, here's a link of all the pissed off people, and I'd look at it and okay, so no, but really, what would you like to say besides a really stupid Batman logoed meme? What else would you like to say? I mean, this guy is like someone mentioned, like a teenager. I don't know the guy. I don't know the history. I haven't read the Wikipedia.
What he's saying. That's what he's expressing with the Batman logo in the quote, is that he is a teenager.
He's a big kid.
And that basically, let's look at what he tried to do. They tried to make money without investing money. I think what we're going to see is that they had huge hordes of cash or profits that they were separating from MtGox and not reinvesting in MtGox. If they had hired better programmers with more money, which I assume they could have done at any point in their history, they would have a superior product and less chance of a massive failure, like the failure we've seen. But on the other hand, if they had their original core of people and they were trying to hang on, and I know what it's like, Bitcoin moves so incredibly fast, you can't hang on and do it all by yourself. But let's say they tried that, and that led to this spectacular failure. We've seen the failure of that attempt. So if you're out there hanging on, you need to get more help. You need to not hang on till you fall.
I want to be more fair to Mark Karpellis. I don't know him. All I have is, third-party accounts and my own observations, looking very, very closely at that company and Bitcoin as a whole for over a year. But there's been no acceptance of responsibility anywhere in his communications or the company's communications. I haven't seen it.
But I don't think there's a place where he could have done it. That's why I think it's so important to invite him to this broadcast. What's he going to go on Fox News and talk about MtGox? Nobody's going to get it. This is the only place where people will have a hope of understanding what he's saying, and secondly, have serious questions that can be answered directly, and third, for a person who makes a mistake, the best thing that you can do is address it honestly and quickly. And that's what I hope that we can give him an opportunity to do.
Well, I enjoy your
would
fervor,
like that,
Eric, but that's not gonna happen here. Come on, and that's what I was trying to get at. Look at this guy. Look at the things he's doing. This guy is not the type of guy. He doesn't even know how to run a company well because he's the CEO.
He can join a Google Hangout.
How many of us in this Hangout on this call? There's 5 of us. Would put our skills to the test to help Mark Karpellis. Let's leave now out of it. But at any point in your Bitcoin career, let's say, would you have been happy to provide some support with your skill set to MtGox to improve it in any way? If asked.
I already did. I offered him PR support back in the summer, and I never heard back. And other people did it as well, and as far as I know, nothing ever came of it.
Because he's not a businessman. He's not a businessman.
Right. Well, I asked if he needed customer support help because I saw a need for that when it was substandard for my taste.
Absolutely, and it's unfortunate that these early Bitcoin companies are not run by businessmen. I would like to see them, when they had their initial problems, say that we are going to recruit an A team, and we're going to get publicists as well as programmers, and we're going to solve all our internal and our external problems. A holistic approach. Even maybe putting Karpellis aside, bringing someone in to run the company. This has been done before to other people with great success and with failures, but there's options to have when you're running a company, and it doesn't look like they took any of these options.
I think people would be more than willing to give him the more benefit of the doubt if he were at least honest and open about addressing this stuff. To be in the dark and to hide from people, how long can you hide? You're going to be found. Eventually, people are going to chase you down the street and ask you these questions. Why not address them the first time publicly and with a smile?
Yeah, I'm getting text messages
from here. An honest, live, unfiltered forum to perhaps thousands of Bitcoiners. I can't see the counter right now, but Bitcoiners
760.
They're willing to listen to Mark Capellas. They're willing to listen.
Yeah, I'm getting text messages too here from viewers volunteering, or at least telling me that they would have helped Mt. Gox with their skill set. One's a coder, one's a business person. So,
here's the thing. You've got these educated people that are very technical that are saying, yeah, I would help. But you also have technical people that were already there. And unfortunately, in my experience with a lot of very smart and very technical people, they start to think, well, I can do that. I don't need to hire anybody. I don't need to pay someone. I can do that. We don't need to get another company to be able to do that with their 10 people. No, I can do it. Yes, you're smart.
Well,
you can do that stuff. In business, though, you have to begin to figure out how can I get things done faster or cheaper or better. And you can't have all three. You can only have two.
If you're a business that has 80% market share for any period in any market that you're operating, you have profits pouring in. And if you don't, you're doing a lot of things wrong. And you know that, and you should seek help. And they've had chances. I mean, they've had a number of issues. They were hacked, and tens of thousands of Bitcoins were stolen. The trading engine issues a couple times. I can't even remember some of the other major lapses in their operation. But I know for a fact from private conversations with prominent Bitcoin thought leaders, they have tried to help Mt. Gox and were excused or rebuffed, one of the two.
Is anyone on this panel willing to disclose whether or not you lost money in the Mt. Gox debacle?
I haven't lost any money in Gox. And I'm the trader guy that everybody's flaming in the chat going, that guy's wanting people to throw money at Gox. No, I didn't even lose any money.
Not that I want to, but I'm interested to know for perhaps the audience, there's a Q&A that you can interact with us here. What would make it okay for you? I mean, a lot of us are angry, rightfully so, but what's going to move on? How do we get, not just forgiveness, but how do we make this better? How do you get what you want? What do you want?
Sometimes with losses, there is no way to get what you want. A lot of people, I'm sure, want their money back, and I'm not sure if they're going to get it back. I think the first thing that people want is an acceptance of their loss. They want Mt. Gox to say, we owe you 3 Bitcoins. We owe you 50 Bitcoins. So we don't have them. We don't have them. Even an email to all the account holders of Mt. Gox who have their verified registered email. They went through a lot of work to have those special accounts, send in their driver's license, things that most people don't want to do on the internet. They did for you, Mt. Gox, to verify and to do your know your customer laws. Mt. Gox hasn't communicated, as far as I know, any emails to any of their customers. So the first step is definitely going to be communication.
Right.
We have a loss or we don't have a loss. We don't really know.
Yeah. Who here was involved with Bitcoin when Bitfloor shut down? Who here remembers that?
That what?
Derek, I know. I'm sure Chris, right? Thomas, do you remember that?
I was just getting started, and it was very shocking that an exchange could go away so quickly. And it was around the time I was learning that the initialism for Mt. Gox was Magic the Gathering online exchange, which I've always poked fun at and always thought was funny. If I had, $1 million or whatever they had in profits, I'd buy a domain name at GoDaddy for $10. BitcoinExchange.com. I don't think I would allow my company to be named after a mountain, to have this confusing status. It made no sense to me from a branding perspective.
It was all cobbled together. It was all slapdash, it seemed. And the reason I brought up Bitfloor, I had a sizable amount of Bitcoins stuck in Bitfloor, and I got an email 20 minutes before they were going to shut down trading, and I logged in. And I wish I hadn't done this in retrospect. Immediately after they suspended operations, I regretted doing this. But I sold because the price was going up on Bitfloor because people were buying Bitcoins to move them off of the exchange more easily because maybe they had heard the announcement sooner. But it was maybe an hour and 30 minutes before it went down, or they suspended business operations that that email notice came through. And so I mistakenly in my early days sold at the top, right? Because I was thinking arbitrage or something. And large amount of money was stuck there with Bitfloor for about 4 months before I saw it again. But here's the key. Their communications, the communications from Bitfloor, Roman was the managing director of that exchange. I forget his last name, but he's an embattled Bitcoiner like some of these others we're seeing. Add Mark Karpellis to the list of Charlie Shrem and Ross Albright or whoever else. He communicated, even in these short blurbs, some of which were cryptic and similar sounding to what MtGox issues, but they always included a time frame, a specific time frame when the next update would be out, and they met those time frames. And there was community growing up around them to interface with the legal team at Bitfloor and with the Bitfloor customers on Reddit who had funds there and were waiting for updates about when they would or if they would see their money again. So when it happened, I was concerned, but there was a notice within 10 minutes of them shutting down about why they shut down and when there would be another notice. And 3 or 4 days later, there was another notice, and it said that it may take 3 to 4 months for us to find a new. They told us what happened. They lost their bank. Their banking partner in New York stopped dealing with them, froze their accounts, and yeah, they lost a lot of money. The lawyers, the legal team fought. I think I've got this right. Fought to get the banks to issue Roman a check through which he would pay out the people who had fiat deposits there, and the Bitcoin payouts were another matter, but they were delayed, and people had to wait, and communication came out about specifics, maybe even 4 or 5 sentence messages, but they had specific information about when you could expect certain things to happen, or at least when you could expect the next message to come out. And yes, there was a time of patience for about 4 weeks between messages at some times, but it was clear, and most people could be relatively confident that they were going to see their money again, but they didn't know when, and they'd have to wait. And that's really inconvenient. But that was an unfortunate situation for that exchange. Not necessarily preventable on their part. A lot of the things we're seeing from MtGox are preventable, and the communication is egregiously sophomoric, so substandard. It's terrible.
Will, I'm joining the conversation a little late, I realize, and I apologize if you already recapped this, but for the audience who's just joining us, what do customers of MtGox currently know at this time?
Thomas has like a good timeline. Can you run it down again, Thomas?
Well, you were saying, Will, yeah, that when you were a customer at Bitfloor, there were certain things that were issued, emails that kept you informed, and that's just it doesn't seem to be happening with Gox. I haven't heard of anyone getting emails explaining what's going on. Yeah.
So I guess just what customers at MtGox know is, there's 2-Bit Idiot leaked a document last night that he said he was unverified as official. MtGox internal communications. Thomas has more specifics, and when he returns, he can recap it better for the viewers. But essentially, all the MtGox customers know is that the exchange suspended trading, and then shortly thereafter, the site went blank, but the servers were still clearly up. And shortly thereafter, there was a statement about suspending trading and just vagaries about what to expect in the future. No definite. There was nothing definite. It was complete legalese and.
Okay, I think I follow. Now, there are some people I know who I saw at Liberty Forum and elsewhere who are trading their Gox coins for pennies on the dollar.
Right.
And
I'm buying them.
Is this still possible now that Gox has shut down its operations? Because this isn't happening on the Gox exchange, right?
Well, what's happening is I don't think it is anymore because they suspended trading and the site's down. But
No,
when the site was still up,
it's still going. I'm making money as we've been talking since I announced it about an hour ago. I've made money. I've made 8%.
Excellent.
Okay, so but yeah, you're right, Derek. People were selling like 1 Gox Bitcoin for 0.3 real Bitcoins, or do I have that backwards?
At this moment, you can buy 1 Bitcoin off of Gox for 0.135 Bitcoins.
Right.
So literally.
So I know people who are doing that too. You know, Bonavest. I have some friends who've contacted me about doing that, and is that something they should think about doing? And I've dissuaded them from doing that because they're are you not gambling that you'll eventually see those Bitcoins and be able to realize the unimaginable gain when the price returns to the realm where all the other exchanges are at. It's a big risk, is it not?
Risk, definitely the better word. Risk than gambling. I don't like to say gambling, but risk is that, yes, I am risking my money saying that at some point in time the BTC that is on Gox will be available. Here's the other thing. This service, Bitcoin Builder, I don't know if that's the one y'all are talking about, but bitcoinbuilder.com, when you purchase off of there, it doesn't actually go to the Gox account, and that's what's been shut down. You can't withdraw any BTC from the Bitcoin Builder little system that the guy set up. You can't get that BTC to your Gox account because that's been shut down. But if I buy BTC, it's still on the quote wallet of that Bitcoin Builder guy, and so essentially I could then withdraw that to my BTC or my Coinbase or whatever wallet that I have. So that's how I've been able to trade. Now, as I say that, and there'll be trollers or people yelling at me in the chat, is like, right now it's down, and you know what? I'm not worried about it because I've been through this. A lot of the traders have been through this on Cryptsy and Bter and all these other little exchanges to where there's it's Bitcoin. This is Bitcoin, bitches. I mean, it's tough out there. Sites are crappy. They lag out. The DDoS, all that stuff. We've been through it. This is nothing new.
Can you talk a little bit about the opportunities that this has presented to you, Bonavest?
And I'll phrase this just like everyone on the panel has, is like, it's risky. You're exactly right.
Yeah, no, I recognize
Will,
the risk.
Yeah, Will dissuaded his friends. Hey, that's good advice. You're helping your friends. You don't want anybody to lose money. This is good advice. So in my respect, and some of the people that watch my show and that are in the community with the Bonavest website, is that we're traders. We know there's some risk, and what we try to do is see that the reward is more than the risk. And when you were the opportunities are obviously with Bitcoin Builder is that you could buy really cheap Bitcoin, but the risk is that you may just never get to them. Also, you're trusting your money again with another website that if you go to it, and I'm not saying do anything with it, I'm just saying go to check it out, bitcoinbuilder.com. It's freaking got the Bob the Builder on the freaking website. I mean, it's a crappy website, just like every other exchange that pops up or whatever. BTCE I've been using for months to make out $40,000 in a matter of 30 days, and it's a crap website. It's crappy.
That's something I'm gonna have to get used to. It's something I wasn't expecting. I come from an investing background, but Dogecoin and the things that are popular in this cryptocurrency space really surprised me, the things that have become successful. You're mentioning that a website that has Bob the Builder on the front of it is the salvation of some of these traders right now.
I never said salvation, did I? Okay.
No,
good.
I'm putting words to your mouth saying that, but traders are finding opportunities in this crisis, and they're doing it on a website that has Bob the Builder on it. It's a new experience for me.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I was even, and as used to it as I am, I was even a little shaky because if you go to like try to sign up for one, the next screen you'll come to, or after you register your email or whatever, it comes to a verification because they are trying to abide by some of the standards of know your customer stuff, right? But guess what? When you go to this I think it's bitcoinbuilder or bitcoinbuilder.com/verify. Shucks. I think it's verify.php.
Okay.
And if you go there, it's not the PHP, but it's a blank white page, with text on it. It asks you for your full mailing address, your full name, your date of birth, and a social security number. Exactly.
Was it put up in 2 seconds? Like, you can't put a little bit of effort into making people feel comfortable and secure that you put some time and effort into this website, that it's going to be secure. They're putting their private information here. I feel like I shouldn't have to say these things.
Crazy. It's crazy. And there's lots other reputable websites that have been going on for months, years, but it's just crappy. It's ugly. And why they don't say now, after we're making $1 million a day after November or any other month this past year, why don't they say, you know, let's take a week, and out of the 4 or 5 of us sitting here, let's bust open some Monsters or some Red Bulls and let's redo the website. We're cool techie people. Let's web dev a little bit and get some design in here. No.
They could have thrown a hackathon and, you know, had people volunteer to come help or something, and they would have.
Volunteers. You're absolutely right, Will.
They would have.
Let me clue you in on some of the money. This Bitcoin builder and below the Bob the Builder, you'll see it says, "I'm Josh Jones, co-founder of DreamHost." So here he's actually naming who he is. He's a reputable guy in other business areas.
Yeah. People know DreamHost.
So here's the thing that we were looking at the other day in the chat room for the Bonavest Show IRC channel. We were looking at the numbers, and in 24 hours on this Bitcoin Builder cheesy website, there had been transactions of like 25,000 Bitcoins. This little service charges a huge 2% per trade. So if you look at 25,000 Bitcoins and you go ahead and times that by 0.02, actually it was 50,000 because it was 1,000 Bitcoins. 1,000 Bitcoins in 24 hours was in Josh Jones's pocket. In his wallet, in 24 hours, just by providing this website, he has made 1,000 Bitcoin. But he can't afford to redo his website a little bit.
It doesn't make sense to me. But maybe it's just not that important. When you're the only game in town, it doesn't matter what you look like, right?
MtGox. That's what I'm saying. Carpellis, a techie guy. Maybe I don't even know the guy. I don't know what he was into before. I don't know if he was a rich man before. He's probably a really smart guy. He's probably some web techie guy or something. He had a good idea. He thought, I have some money. I'm going to buy this. I know a few guys. We're all going to do this together. But the problem is he's not a businessman, and he's obviously not good with people. And, yeah, he didn't take the right route, and he kind of screwed some people over, and there's going to be some people pissed off. But I'm still thinking, just like any other venture capitalist out there, hey, he's already got a crap load of faithful customers because they're locked in right now. They've got money, transactions going on, millions of dollars every day. Hey, I'll just make it better, and I'm going to use my good name or my good organization or my good company or my own millions to back it up. Boom. Everyone gets their accounts back open. Everyone's relieved. Carpellis, I'm sure, or a buddy of his, say, hey, man, I'm going to do this to Gox, and it's going to screw everybody, but buy a shitload of Bitcoin. I'll transfer you some money. Next thing you know, Carpellis is in good shape. The corporation's in a good shape that buys out Gox, and all the people that are whining and complaining that they've lost all their coins, guess what? You get your coins back. So don't give up yet.
So
now, I'm not saying I'm right. Go ahead.
Right, but you could see a possibility that Gox can become solvent again.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not going to feel bad when people say, you said it was going to happen and now it didn't.
No, but you're putting your money on the line. You're making that risk. That's your assessment of the situation.
And I could be wrong. I'm not here to say that I'm perfect and I know exactly what's going to happen. No, I'm taking a risk.
Understood.
I'm taking the chance that I could make a lot of money, and I say a lot of money. I really don't have a lot of money on the Bitcoin Builder deal. I have exactly 1.7 BTC, and I'm very open about my finances. If you watch my show or you go to the website, I show my Excel sheets with all my money numbers and everything. So, you know, no one can call bullshit. I'll tell you when I lose money. I've lost a lot of money.
Well, thank you for setting a standard of transparency. Hopefully the rest of the Bitcoin community can learn a thing or two from you.
Yeah, some people kind of take my show as I'm some guru that makes tons of money. I was like, no, I make lots of mistakes, and a lot of the fans of the show appreciate the fact that I show all my mistakes, and then they learn from them.
People are willing to forgive you if you're open and honest about this stuff. We all make mistakes, but let's be transparent about it and move forward in a good direction, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's why I want Carpellis to get on board with that scenario. Like, Dude.
I forget that dude. But I truly hope that somebody's going to buy him out or replace him, and I'm hoping that then, hope is a 4-letter word, by the way, that, you know, they come in and they do something with the GOX name, and maybe not the GOX name, maybe just with the exchange and all the current users and coins that are somehow locked away somewhere. There's something there, and hopefully there's enough there to rescue.
But so I know earlier in the show there was a timeline that was discussed, but I'm curious to know from each of you when you think the beginning, or when you started to think, like, something's not right with Mt. Gox. How long ago was that for you?
April 2013, when
what happened then?
Well,
the DDoS.
I was watching, the DDoS attack. I was watching my ticker on my phone. I was actually at a trade show for my job at the time, and I was very distracted by what I saw, and had to, you know, find a way to get online, and couldn't get online, couldn't get on their website, you know.
And that was because they were overloaded with traffic, right?
Yeah, and then, you know, I checked Reddit and Bitcoin Talk, and this was clearly what was going on. This was diagnosed, and but first of all, I was still relatively.
And when the problem was resolved, why weren't you like, okay, things are all better now?
I actually did do a little bit of trading over the early part of the summer on Mt. Gox, and just found, because I had spent time away and had explored other new exchanges that had popped up and things like that, just, you know, I wanted to try everything in Bitcoin. I had a Bitcoin bucket list that was like 500 items long, and I went through it. I realized that there were so many, I didn't care about the market share or the arbitrage opportunity on Gox or whatever it might be. There were so many better looking, better feeling, better user-friendly experiences in terms of the exchange businesses out there, even ones that were short-lived and everything, than Mt. Gox. And then I never came back, because it was like, this really sucks. It's not. So it's like getting into a Yugo after you've been renting Cadillacs.
Yeah. So you just shopped around. You see enough to do on the internet. And
but we
you were about to say when you realized that Mt. Gox was not going so well.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like them from day one. You can't even see the order book, for God's sake. You know, how are you supposed to trade if you can't see the order book? You've got to go to
big problem
website. I did have some money on there just because I forgot about it. Actually, a friend of mine sent some Bitcoins over there for me because it was a high price. And back then, I had a chat with Mark in the IRC, and he said that the SEPA was only, and I'm in the Eurozone, so I can get SEPA withdrawals within about 4 or 5 weeks, and then a friend of mine said that he'd also got his in about 4 weeks. So I thought I'd just do it like that, and then of course I log in and I see them and I'm like, oh damn. So it was about 7 Bitcoins, so I'm a little bit annoyed, but I got over it. I couldn't care less whether I don't see them again. I just want this to be over for Bitcoin itself, you know, so that we can get some closure and move on. And what I really don't like is all this kind of ambiguity and the hopium. Right, it's all that people are just high on hoping, and that's what frauds take from you. They steal your hope and they use it against you. And the thing about trading is, right, the markets decide what you make. It's up to you to decide what you lose. That's all you control is your losses. That's it. And I sometimes feel as though, with particularly this industry, like, look at the way we've responded to this. Way better than Lehman Brothers. Way better than the LIBOR scandal. Way better than the recent drug cartels with HSBC and so on. That took years to unfold. But look at the level of citizen scrutiny or the crowdsourcing, people getting together. I was on Twitter a couple of days ago, people going through the blockchain. We were able to regulate ourselves. We were able to do this for ourselves. And we can't hurt each other because it's all on the internet. There's no opportunity for physical contact. So it also has this kind of, you know, kind of peaceful aspect to it as well. And I'm kind of proud of the way we're coping with this at the moment. I sort of feel that this is going well. I know it might not look like that from the outside, but I think we're moving incredibly quickly to a resolution.
You know, speaking of coping, Chris, you know, I'm getting text messages and things throughout the day from friends of mine who have, you know, who are knowledgeable about Bitcoin. They understand the technology, and you know, they are saying things like, Bitcoin is dead, and I reply, maybe maimed, and then they say back, well, hold on, they say back like, yeah, they'll say, well, this crushes consumer confidence. And
but yeah, but so much good news has come out in the past couple of days. I mean, what about B Payment Network, Neo in Cyprus opening their brick and mortar store?
Yeah. So now you're experiencing what the politicians experience all of the time, which is the 24-hour news cycle. Everyone's got 24 hours in a day. We can only concentrate on one thing at a time. This is what Facebook is slowly stealing away from us. They're stealing our attention, and that's why they've got that sticky content, you know, and they want to keep you on the page. That's why when you click on the videos, they don't link to an external site. They embed inside of the actual stream. That was quite innovative of them when they implemented that. Not many other websites have done that before. And so it's all about having you within the walls. You build this castle to rip people off. That's how you build it. And the greatest thing about this castle in particular is it doesn't actually have any physical walls. So, you know, where you go online, you're kind of shepherded around. If you're the kind of person that procrastinates, kind of puts things off, you've got that little voice in your head that says, you're wasting your life, then you are going to be distracted, you know, with these memes. And the reason people turn up to those IRC channels in MtGox, I mean, Emma said this. Emma's a waitress. We talked about her in the last video. She, you know, isn't very well off. You know, she's just a regular person who heard about Bitcoin, heard it was a people's currency, you know, believed in it. And so she thought, hey, if other people are making money out of it, maybe I can too. And she obviously has now lost a lot of money for somebody in her situation.
Making money by accepting Bitcoin or making money by trading?
I think she meant speculating on it. I don't think she was day trading it. It didn't sound like she was day trading it. It sounded like
taking tips, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it sounded to me. She said that she had 120 Bitcoin on there. We read out the transcript earlier, kind of epic style. Mad Bitcoin's epic style, and you kind of get heartbroken. But the reason she's in there, she says, is because she feels like she's doing something. If she's not in there, then it's like giving up. But really, I think what these victims need and what these customers need is closure. They need to be able to move on, because otherwise it's that time that you know, if you can't get on with your life, then really the theft is taking place right now.
And that's the reason I brought up consumer confidence point. You know, that was my biggest concern, and when I've talked with other people privately, you know, members of this network and other prominent Bitcoiners, you know, speaking with them privately about this Mt. Gox issue and the ramifications being, you know, unduly severe for what we would like to see, of course, but the potential's there, and the consumer confidence point is a good point. So in order to, and Chris, I think you're right completely, this needs closure fast. The worst thing that I think could happen is more dragging out, the rebranding thing that's also threatening that process too, of giving people closure so that consumer confidence can begin to be repaired and people can take a moment to look at what Derek's pointing out, which is Neo and B, the PayPal news about
Bitcoin, you know, ATMs everywhere.
ATMs going in the U.S. everywhere, which is exciting. And yeah, I mean, all those things are really, really exciting. That should give people, you know, not just confidence in Bitcoin, but like start to plant the seeds of permanence or stability in the public consciousness, if you will.
Well, price. People have said this for a while now, that price is the least interesting thing about Bitcoin. The technology is really what's exciting about it. And what I love about Bitcoin is that, you know, I may be fortunate that I don't notice a drop or I don't watch the price all the time, but when I'm paying for a cab ride in Bitcoin, it works whether Bitcoin is $1 or $1,000. It doesn't matter. Bitcoin still works.
And you don't need to go get new pennies because the value went up or down, or, right? You don't need new nickels or copper nickels.
The technology hasn't been damaged, is what I'm saying. And I don't know if all press is good press in this situation, but more people are going to hear about Bitcoin than they ever did before. And hopefully people decide that's interesting. I'll get on with that. I'd like to learn more.
It may take a while because it may take a while, like you're saying. I agree with you, Derek, but it may take a while because people will have to see that it's still around, and then they wake up a week later and it's still around, and it may take a while. That's the unfortunate part.
It's up to us to produce that confidence in people, in my opinion.
That's correct. That's
Fully
right.
agree.
Like, we can't let the mainstream media derail this conversation. And if you let other people tell your story for you, then they will, and gladly. You have to tell it, and you have to tell it loudly. And Andreas has this wonderful quote. It says, "Destiny is narrative is destiny."
Mm-hmm.
And he's absolutely right. And right now, when you spend a Bitcoin on the blockchain, you're not just making you're not just spending money. You're also making a claim, and that goes part of the story. There are two threads to the blockchain. There's the economic energy you're transmitting across the network in the present tense, but there's also the story that you're telling to the future. You're embedding a narrative in a public ledger that will be stored for a very, very long time, because it's going to be stored over millions and millions of computers, which are probably going to be very durable and survivable. And so you're actually committing yourself to an identity, and you're able to what I'm saying, and I said this on your show, didn't I, Derek, that really it's what comes after the money that matters. It's not about hoarding it and waiting to be born. And yes, we all need our safety net, but also we need to kind of just live. And that's what these currencies do. I mean, somebody, actually a critic of Bitcoin on one of these forums, one of these blogs earlier on, said that the value of money was actually in its transmittability. He said that the faster it could move, the more valuable it was, which I felt was weird, because I thought that was the point of Bitcoin. Maybe he just didn't understand it. But he's right. The easier that it can move around, the more valuable it becomes as money, because then it's just frictionless. Yeah.
It becomes more useful with the ease of use and the ease of transmission and the speed of transmission and no unfettered transmission, right? That's the I mean, that's where I see the value of this thing. I can't remember what video it is, but one of the talks that Eric Voorhees had given in the past, he succinctly put, he discarded intrinsic from the definition of the term intrinsic value, and he just tried to get people to think value. And where do things get value? Because they are two things. One, they're scarce, and two, they're useful. And if they cease being both, then they are no longer value. The value goes to zero. But if either one is any less than it was at any given point, yeah, it might have less value, but it's still got value. If it's somewhat useful but not scarce, it'll have value. If it's scarce but not very useful, it'll still have value. It becomes a collectible or something like that. So I like that definition. Derek, you said something about like taking the PR into our hands, and Chris, you echoed it with that quote we all really enjoy from Andreas. Yeah, we need to kind of crowdsource the biggest, most massive, widely distributed PR campaign to correct the misinformation of Fox Business articles saying Karpelès is the Bitcoin CEO and things like this. When we can take hold of the information.
I'm all for that, but the one thing we can't do is produce Mark Karpelès' speech himself. And isn't that what we all agreed was closure?
I think so.
Yeah, we need to confront him. People wait for the defense, not the prosecution. Yeah. And the thing is, we've had lots of prosecution and lots of accusations, but we haven't actually had him on screen account for himself and just tell us his side of the story.
Here's the thing. You see these CEOs of various prominent Bitcoin businesses, Coinapelton, Eric Voorhees, Blockchain, and Roger Ver, and so on and so on. Even Nicholas Carey of Blockchain gets out there. There's so many, right? They not all of them are incredibly articulate. Most of them are, like Trace Mayer and Eric Voorhees and Roger Ver. They're very articulate. They have the message right. They're who we all learned from to communicate this message. I think, at least that's true with me. I see some things echoed by other, those of us that pick up on what they're saying that's effective and glean their message right to deliver it to people that look to us for information and trust us with information about Bitcoin, and nothing from Mt. Gox. If Mark Karpelès can't get in front of Bloomberg or Fox Business or something, or in person on camera, taped or live, he needs someone who can in his camp, and he doesn't have that for years.
you've got a community of people in Milwaukee, I've got a community of people here in Philadelphia, and each of us have our communities in our own respective areas. Would you find it in any way valuable to call an early meeting, for example, to discuss these issues, and maybe even have a Q&A with the public if you've got questions about Bitcoin, you know, to take that role of media into our own hands?
I love that idea. I really love that idea. I would like to talk about how we could broadcast that here for viewers in our jurisdictions, like other Philly folks who can't make it to your meetups, or other Milwaukee folks who can't make it to ours, and get them involved in that way. Yes, I think.
I say it not for the average Joe, but because the media will show up and they'll print the story about what we're talking about.
That is that's let's plan that. Let's plan that and do it.
Okay, well, Philly has a meeting tomorrow, so that's the plan anyway.
Yeah, but, Thursday Milwaukee meets, so we'll ride your coattails into Thursday. How about?
The sooner it could be, I think, the better. This is an opportunity to communicate with the local media, and they're hungry for this info. You can see with Fox News, they clearly need help. So let's give them that.
I love that idea.
One of the ways we can get, sorry to interrupt, but one of the ways you can get to make sure that the right information gets out about this is by helping people believe that they can make themselves look smarter with the information that you can give them. That's what people are looking for when you talk to them. So if you can say, look, I can give you exclusive access to this information that will put you, set you apart from your friends and make sure that you don't fall for the FUD. That's kind of how you should be couching this. And that's going to take a certain kind of person. Some people, they're not going to believe, regardless of what you say. They've already made their minds up. But you're looking for the curious types that are maybe sitting on the sidelines. I've been doing a call out on Twitter for people who, perhaps been sitting on the sidelines of Bitcoin, who've been interested in it, but who haven't yet really committed to it, that kind of know what's going on. Because that's where I was back in February, March, and, when that hard fork took place and journalists started saying, like, FUD. And I was moved into the space because I disagreed with what they were saying. Not so much because I didn't really want to make a commitment. I'd known about Bitcoin for a while, but it was associated with drugs and all this kind of thing. I had some reservations about the economics. I wasn't quite sure about it myself. And so for me, it was about, like, I can't allow this injustice to carry on. Like, this isn't right.
That's a big reason why I got involved too, and did something I've never really done before, which is try to organize a community around this stuff and share this information with people, because of all the really bad information out there. Everyone I would try to talk to about this, had to be a long conversation, and I had to figure out ways to make it shorter, and the way to do that is just have more people spreading the information, and build people up who have this interest so that they can go and disseminate it accurately or appropriately to more and more and more people. And I'm glad you mentioned that, Chris, because I've been trying to explain sometimes to myself what compelled me. I think it really was to cut through the BS and help tell the story with the facts. So I want to say one more thing before I go, because I have to step out. I might be back, but Derek, I'm very interested in what you discussed earlier with coordinating a kind of press response with our meetups.
It's not deal. I mean, it's just calling a few local papers and telling them where you're going to be and giving maybe a 10-minute informational presentation about it.
Yeah. I think we have some press potentially coming to either this Thursday or next Thursday's meetup, so I'll just put out a bigger blast. But yeah, I think some coordination is in order too. Couldn't hurt, and so just be looking for a contact from me at some point here between now and tomorrow. And again, pleasure being with you guys. Bonavest, good talking with you again, and Chris, as always. Thanks, Thomas.
Absolutely, it was great having you, Will, and good night, Will. And we'd also like to say good night to Bonavest. Bonavest, thanks for being on the program.
Yeah, definitely. This is exciting. I'm sure I'll be back with the WCN getting started up and having different viewpoints and actually different programming, because I do trading and other people have some other interests in the Bitcoin community. So I think it's a good thing. Those of you that are into trading or want to get into trading or want to learn more about trading, you can get in touch on the bonavest.com website, as well as in our IRC chat channel on Freenode, which is hashtag Bonavest Show, or you can just type in chat.bonavest.com and check that out. It's good information. I mean, I'm pretty open with if you watch some of the recorded stuff that I'm going to do, which I'm going to be doing in the future, really open about my losses and my gains and my numbers. You know, you don't have to like me. You don't have to like me. You don't have to agree with everything I say. But I will say, I will tout the community of group of people that have come around a couple of the websites that I started out with on charts. The community is why you should go to these chat channels, not me. The community, even when you listen to my shows, not me. It's the people that get on the mic with me. They're knowledgeable guys. In addition to my information, those guys know about mining. They know about trading. They know about all the technical background, all the economic, things that, like what Derek is talking about, spreading the word and things like that. Believe me, check it out. Don't worry about Bonavest. Worry about the fact that you could actually learn something and help yourself out and hopefully make some money.
Absolutely. That's Bonavest at bonavest.com.
Take care, guys. We'll catch up with you later.
Thank you.
Peace. He makes an excellent point about the community. That's really been the high point in my experience with Bitcoin. It's not as exciting as the technology and all of the things that it's allowed humans to do in the past 5 years. The community is what really excites me about Bitcoin. It's that there are humans working on these projects. It's not just digital coins that are being sent across the internet, but real value is being created and relationships are being created. So
this technology makes us more human, because it shows up all the areas of mistrust. Look at how it's revealing to us how little we trust each other right now. And it's showing that up, and that's important, because this is the hard issue that we need to confront. I know it's not pleasant, but it's why I'm so optimistic. And the thing is, like, people sort of say, how do the people like Warren Buffett make their money? They make their money because they buy at times like this. They buy when everyone else is selling. They buy when you've got that sinking feeling in your stomach and you just don't want to do it. But now is probably the best time. And I got my coins that way. I mean, I got in at less than 100. Remember, after the DDoS, we had a series of slumps back down into the 80s and the 60s.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just starting to really get involved in things. I was going to the conferences, and I was at a conference, and I met the Lama Su guys. I didn't manage to get my cash there, but I just felt so positive about it all. And I was listening to Andreas. We didn't know each other at the time, but I was listening to him on Let's Talk Bitcoin. And this guy was my hero, and I was listening to his interviews, and I was listening to him saying things like every single banker needs to pay every last penny they owe. And I was having Meg Ryan moments in supermarkets where I was like, yes. I was like listening to my headphones, like, yes, you're so right. I've known this is true. I've always known this is true. So I was like buying. I don't have very much money. I don't even have a fixed address. I'm technically homeless, right? And I was putting all my money. I should probably put it, into property, like save, so I can actually live somewhere properly. But I was putting it into Bitcoin because I believe in this. I want to see this succeed. I don't just want to make money out of this. That wasn't even the primary aim, I don't think. It was just that I wanted to be a part of this movement. And I've probably been really stupid as well. I probably I've given away a lot in Feathercoin bounties and things like that. I should probably watch that. But I don't care. It just feels good, doesn't it? Like when you can send some money to Crypto Youth, and they're like, wow, that's so cool, and it's like instantaneous, and then it's viral, and then other people can do it too, and I just think it's great.
I'm guilty of that too, but I really think it helps aid the adoption when people can see for themselves how easy it is, and part of that is sending some coin around.
Yeah, it's divisible to 8 decimal places. What excuse have you got?
And with Bitcoin transparent, with Bitcoin charity, it allows you to be completely transparent. When you donate money, they accept the money. When they spend money, they can tell you what it's about. I remember when I donated to FR33 AIDS campaign to the Philippines, we started getting back pictures, photos, explanations, little essays writing about what they were purchasing and where they were going, and that it was going direct to the people. Now, when you donate to the Red Cross or something like that, you don't really get that kind of information directly. You can't go and look at their blockchain and see what they've been spending their money on, but with Bitcoin, you can.
Yeah, we're slowly learning how to organize ourselves, how to reach co-understanding. And co-understanding means that futures can be brought into the present much quicker, much more efficiently, collaboratively. Yeah, it's going to be a painful process, and we're going to have to learn some hard lessons on the way. And maybe $360 million does have to be lost on an exchange so that we can learn this painful lesson. But we can't let it deter us, and I'm actually quite positive. After looking at Twitter today, I saw quite a lot of very positive articles, particularly The Guardian, I noticed. Did you see the UK Guardian article was very positive on Bitcoin? Wasn't expecting that at all, because they're quite left-leaning, and the Bitcoin community is very libertarian. I was expecting a little bit of pushback, but there didn't seem to be that. And people are very positive. I'm very positive. I'm going to start buying some more Bitcoin. Not many, but I'll probably buy some more to replace the ones that I lost on Gox.
Absolutely. And if you have Bitcoin, go ahead and hold right now. It's important to hold.
Yeah, I'm not selling.
And don't panic sell. Just
don't. Every time you panic sell, you lose. It's never a good idea to panic sell. And actually, you lose your money when you try to make it too quickly. It's people that try to chase the trends, like it's going up, and it's buy. The people that make the money are the people buying when it's selling, and it's like 4 red candles in a row, and you know, now's the time to do it. Or at least, like I said earlier in my show, usually 24 hours after the last announcement from the most influential party in the picture. Once the whole world has had a chance to price it in, that's when you start to go in. But actually, Andreas actually countered that point. He felt that it.
We're appearing to have a connection problem with Chris J, but I think we're about ready to say good night to Derek J.
Yeah, well, Chris was making a smart point about keeping your head and remembering that there are always opportunities for those who have their eyes open. So I'm very hopeful for Bitcoin and for all cryptocurrencies. I think that they not only afford us new technology, but ways to interact with each other that we never dreamed possible, and some of those haven't even been invented yet. So I look forward to seeing those announced on the World Crypto Network. And you can check out my work 7 days a week over at peacenewsnow.com. We do cover Bitcoin-related issues, but we mostly cover issues of peaceful resistance around the globe. So stay tuned to peacenewsnow.com. Thanks, guys. Peace.
Absolutely. Thanks for being on, Derek.
Pleasure.
And the new technologies that Derek is talking about is really what we're going to be talking about in the future of Bitcoin. We're going to be talking about the ability to send money across borders without paying any fees, the ability of small businesses to accept credit cards at 1% instead of 3 or 4%. Bitcoin endures, Bitcoin goes on, and Bitcoin survives. The current Bitcoin price on Bitstamp is $537.09. Just a quick recap of the news. MtGox released a statement on MtGox.com. Dear MtGox customers, in light of recent news reports and the potential repercussions on MtGox's operations and the market, a decision was taken to close all transactions for the time being in order to protect the site and our users. We will be closely monitoring the situation and will react accordingly. Best regards, MtGox team. Bitstamp is at $537. Continuing on, major news media is reporting on Bitcoin. What is known about Bitcoin? Major Bitcoin exchange said to be insolvent. Bitcoin trading website goes dark. Survival of Bitcoin exchange MtGox in doubt. CNN Money. Large picture of Mark Capellis holding a plastic Bitcoin. Also, there are good things going on in Bitcoin every day, and we don't have to focus on the MtGox tragedy and disaster. We can focus on BitGive at bitgive.org and thewaterproject.org, where BitGive is raising money to build a well in Africa. They'll send pictures, GPS coordinates, and updates as soon as they happen from the actual water project. Please support BitGive and the Water Project at thewaterproject.org. Bitcoin price crashes amid regulatory glare. 121 virtual currencies join forces. And of course, we have the statement from blockchain and the Bitcoin exchange group, or whatever we want to call them, the mighty united Bitcoin exchanges, regarding MtGox. Our Bitcoin has been very active today with announcements about MtGox, including memories back to the first posts of MtGox on the help forums. How many confirmations are needed for Bitcoin? Hey everyone, we just put up a new Bitcoin exchange. Tell me what you think. And then they have more problems there. Problems already at the very first MtGox. MtGox site disappears. Bitcoin future in doubt. From CNN Money. Second market to launch first New York-based Bitcoin exchange. Bitcoin continues despite the problems from MtGox. And finally, some words from our friends, from E. Voorhees, who I assume is Eric Voorhees. Hello, friends. MtGox is gone. So let's prepare ourselves. On Tuesday and for the rest of the week, all hell will break loose in the media. It will be blamed on MtGox. It will be blamed on Bitcoin. It will be blamed on the bug. And it will, more than anything, be blamed on the lack of regulation. Pundits and experts of all types will weigh in on the calamity. It will be world news in a matter of hours. Get ready, because it will be an ugly week. For all those of you who lost money, my heart goes out to you. Some people lost a little, some lost a fortune. It will make people sick and depressed and full of grief. Personally, and this is shocking to me reading this, I had more than 550 BTC in GOX. I will never get any of that back. If misery loves company, then we'll be enjoying a grand feast today. I should have known better, of course. I take responsibility for leaving those funds in an entity that had proven incompetence repeatedly. I chose to ignore even my own warnings for nothing more than the sake of convenience. MtGox is at fault, to be sure, but I have learned that lesson. I hope it is not such an expensive lesson for others, and for all you observers, please take a moment to consider it as well. Be mindful, however, that if the wrong lessons are learned, that would be the true tragedy, indeed. Let me suggest that Bitcoin is not broken. Bitcoin is fine. The lesson is also that security is not that security is impossible. Those who know what they're doing can achieve it, and they can help others to do so. The lesson is not that nobody can be trusted. There are countless good men and women in this community who are worthy of trust, and some of the very best people I've ever met. And finally, the lesson is not that we ought to seek out regulation to save us from the evils and incompetence of men. For the regulators are men too, and wield that very same evil and incompetence, only enshrined in an authority from which it can wreak amplified and far more insidious destruction. Let us not retreat from our rising platform only to cower back underneath the deranged machinations of Leviathan. The proper lesson, if I may suggest, is this. We are building a new financial order, and those of us building it, investing in it, and growing it will pay the price of bringing it to the world. This is the harsh truth. We are bringing the channels, the bridges, and the towers of tomorrow's finance, and we put ourselves at risk in doing so. We are at risk from accidents. We are at risk from frauds, from corruption, and from evil. We are at risk from journalists seeking to make headlines and from politicians seeking power and glory. We are at risk from the very market that we are trying to build, a market that cares not about our portfolio, our ambitions, or our delicate sympathies. For all these risks, devastation will befall us repeatedly. Some of us will be discouraged. Some of us will be ridiculed and insulted. Some will be tricked or swindled. Some of us will be crushed or caged. We will be set upon by all manner of antagonists repeatedly and for a long time. So why do we do it? Why do we build these towers that fall down upon us? Why do we toil and strain and risk our precious time, which is the only real wealth we possess? Because the world needs what we're building. It needs it desperately. If that matters to you, as it does to me, then hold to that thought. You will see through the smoke, and your wounds will heal. So shake it off, brothers, for this won't be the last calamity endured before the win. Tonight, my heart is with you all. Tomorrow, my head is down, my eyes are open, and I am building. Towards peace and freedom, Eric Voorhees. Truly excellent speech from Reddit.
Very good.
Moving on, Mark Karpellis, CEO, says that Bitcoin exchange is at a turning point down. He claims they'll have an official announcement. I assume this is the pathetic statement that we've seen on the website at MtGox.com. Netflix's deal with Comcast isn't about net neutrality, except that it is. Netflix has agreed to pay Comcast for faster internet, thus breaking the age-old principle of net neutrality that allowed a startup company like YouTube to compete with a giant like Netflix or Hulu, a cherished principle of the internet, which is no longer cherished or protected. Bitcoin seen as little threat to payment firms. Visa, MasterCard, and now Discover all don't see Bitcoin as a threat to their business. This is great news for Bitcoin. As the chief executive officer of Discover, the fourth biggest U.S. network, said, "I'm a bit skeptical. Other things pose a lot more potential threats or opportunities than Bitcoin. They've stopped ignoring us, and they've stopped laughing at us. Bitcoin continues to move forward as the major competitors to Bitcoin are now recognizing Bitcoin." We had an account that was said to be Mark Karpellis' mystery 7,000 Bitcoin account. It originally had 0 Bitcoin, but recently has 6,000 Bitcoin transferred into it. No one really knows about this account, but it showed up on Twitter, and now it's on our screen. We've got Andreas Antonopoulos' statement on Mt. Gox. I'm going to drink a little bit of water and go through it. Andreas Antonopoulos' statement on Mt. Gox. Over the past several weeks, I too have been following the unfolding story of the latest Gox problems from the outside. I was one of the earliest critics of Mt. Gox, calling on people to abandon the exchange in April of 2013 during one of their previous, of several, self-induced meltdowns. In April of 2013, I said, "Magic the Gathering online exchange is a systemic risk to Bitcoin, a death trap for traders, and a business run by the clueless." That same week, I participated in a podcast for Let's Talk Bitcoin, where we advised customers of Gox to leave and never trust that exchange again with their funds. April 2013 was also the last time I did business with Mt. Gox, moving all my funds to blockchain.info, which allowed me to maintain control of my keys without the possibility of theft by the site operator. Since then, I've made repeated public statements advising people to avoid Gox and commenting that their latest mess, USD withdrawals, lag, DOS attacks, etc. Approximately 2 weeks ago, Gox claimed that transaction malleability, a bug in Bitcoin, which was known since 2011, was forcing them to suspend withdrawals. I publicly excoriated Gox's incompetent and clownage management and disputed their claim that problems were due to a bug in Bitcoin. A few days later, a bot aimed at using transaction malleability as a broad DOS attack against all exchanges, attempting to uncover if other exchanges were vulnerable. In response, some exchanges temporarily suspended withdrawals to investigate their implementations and to confirm they were robust. I was a part of a team helping to coordinate between the other exchanges and ensure that they could quickly resume operations, which they did so more than 48 hours later. Some exchanges were in fact completely unaffected, revealing as false Gox's claims that this was a bug in Bitcoin. Blockchain.info staff jumped in to help from the very first moment, even though Blockchain.info's wallet and Block Explorer were not affected by transaction malleability. While I offered coordination and assistance with the media response, Blockchain.info staff developed a new API on blockchain to present a partial transaction ID, MtXID, a solution developed by core developer SIPA based on the immutable inputs of a transaction. We offered that on blockchain.info as an independent location to look up and verify transactions with MtXID. During this time, Mark Karpeles was active on the forums and developer boards and appeared to be implementing fixes to GOX software to address transaction malleability. This solution helped many exchanges accelerate their technical fixes to their infrastructure, and between this and other industry efforts, all the other exchanges resumed normal operations in less than 48 hours. I'm very proud of the role blockchain.info played in providing technical assistance across the Bitcoin industry at a time of crisis. As I watched Karpeles post updates on public channels like the Bitcoin Developers Forum on IRC about the MtXID solution, I became more optimistic that a technical solution to GOX's code problem was imminent. As we started seeing GOX transactions posted on the public blockchain ledger, as reported on Reddit and other sites, it appears to me as if GOX might recover from their latest mess. During this time, I had no information about GOX's financial state other than what Karpeles posted publicly. I don't know Karpeles personally, and I don't think I've ever met him or communicated with him directly. At this point, I felt bittersweet. I wanted GOX to recover and to allow customers to retrieve their funds as quickly as possible. Yet I knew and had publicly expressed that the underlying problem would not be fixed. Proven management incompetence, expressed by a variety of massive failures, and their failure to hire a competent security and management team. My primary concern was for the funds of customers trapped on Mt. Gox, and therefore I kept hoping for the best, a way for people to get out of this horribly mismanaged business. In interviews throughout the week, I stated that while I had serious misgivings about the competence of Mt. Gox executives, and especially Karpeles, I had not seen any indication of bad faith or fraud in the past 2 years. Furthermore, Gox had stated publicly that they kept the majority of funds in cold storage, so I believe that even if the exchange had been defrauded because of their poor implementation of withdrawals based on transaction ID, the damage would be limited to the hot wallet. Yesterday afternoon at approximately 3 p.m. PST, Monday, February 24th, I heard unconfirmed reports that Mt. Gox was in crisis mode and that their funds were mostly, if not entirely, gone. This is the first hint I had of any solvency issues. Less than 30 minutes later, I found a public blog post with a lot more detail here, and he links to the 2-bit idiot Tumblr post, which appears to now be legitimate. Based upon this blog, it appears their cold storage was not in fact cold, which is either a stunning misrepresentation of their security or an outright lie. Cold storage does not leak. The idea that the funds were stolen, unnoticed, from cold storage due to transaction malleability strains the credulity of even the most gullible observers. As I write this, Tuesday, February 25th at 9 a.m. PST, I still have no official confirmation, and I know nothing beyond what is in the article, but I fear for the worst. Everything I see makes me believe that Gox will never recover, and that the funds are most likely lost. I'm devastated by the impact this will have on the customers of Gox, and I'm angry at the irresponsible behavior of Mt. Gox, and especially Mark Karpeles, that will damage the lives of many people. Even though I read the blog posting about Gox's problems sooner than most, I did not sell any Bitcoin, and will not sell any in the coming weeks. I continue to be committed to Bitcoin's future, and I am confident that the Bitcoin industry and community will add Gox alongside Silk Road as a lesson and move towards the future, stronger. Last night I took action to help rebuild some of the trust that this community desperately needs after reports of a massive breach of trust. I spent the evening and into the late night at the offices of Coinbase, reviewing their fund security with my own eyes. They invited me and I volunteered, even though they are a competitor and I have no professional relationship with the company, because they felt that an independent review would quickly put customers at ease. My statement on Coinbase. There's a link. We will face a storm of negative media, conflating Gox with Bitcoin and hurting the Bitcoin community in the short term. First and foremost, we must all be thinking of the people affected by the loss of funds in Gox, and I extend my heartfelt sympathy to them. We must honestly and directly address the concerns of all users and interested parties, emphasizing the difference between a decentralized trust system like Bitcoin and the failures of a single company that did not use the trust mechanisms offered by Bitcoin's blockchain technologies. GOX represents the failure of a poorly managed exchange that had full centralized control of customer funds in custodial accounts off the Bitcoin blockchain. By keeping the funds off the blockchain, GOX removed the protections of transparency and end-to-user control and replicated the model of a centralized bank without any of the controls and oversight that such institutions require. There is a better way. Bitcoin companies can maintain customer funds on the Bitcoin blockchain with full transparency and accountability. We can offer client-side key management solutions that put full control in the hands of customers and remove them from the control of custodians, be they exchanges, markets, or web wallets. If a Bitcoin company keeps custodial access to customer funds, holds their keys, then they can and must offer cryptographic proof of solvency through the blockchain. I will continue to work tirelessly with the rest of the industry to build trustworthy, transparent, decentralized, and cryptographically provable solutions that can protect customer funds and allow them to retain full control. We must all draw hard lessons from this experience and use them to make our community stronger. A few individuals cannot nullify the positive and inspiring work of thousands. I continue to believe in this community, full of hope, innovation, and creativity, and acting in good faith to promote this incredibly important technology that can improve the lives of billions. Andreas M. Antonopoulos, Statement on Mt. Gox. His Coinbase review seemed to have gone pretty well. He asked them to prove the wallet's security, and they did. It appears the Coinbase system contains the expected funds, and their cold storage system and process appear to be operating according to security best practices. So at the moment, we can confirm that as of yesterday, Coinbase has been reviewed by Andreas Antonopoulos, an independent third party who does not work for Coinbase, and he believes they are secure at this moment. Of course, if you like Mad Bitcoins, you can subscribe to the World Crypto Network by pushing the subscribe button. The World Crypto Network is a new thing we're working on, with many different voices working together to bring you news about cryptocurrency. It allows us to do up-to-date podcasts like today's all-day-long podcast and last night's all-night-long podcast, which was also on the Mad Bitcoins channel at madbitcoins.com. And you can donate anything you'd like in Bitcoins or altcoins to Mad Bitcoins or to the World Crypto Network or to the Bitcoin Group at thebitcoingroup.com. Thank you for your support. And just historically for a minute here, I'd like to remind everyone of the Wall Street crash of 1929. The Wall Street crash of 1929, also known as Black Tuesday, or the stock market crash of 1929, ended the decade known as the Rolling 20s. As you can see from the chart, there was a dip, but there was a quick recovery. And if people had held on to their money, they would have been fine. But what actually happened is everyone sold off during this dip. Not everyone, however. During the collapse, William C. Durant joined with members of the Rockefeller family and other financial giants to buy large quantities of stock in order to demonstrate to the public their confidence in the market. But their efforts failed to stop the decline in prices. However, due to the massive volume of stocks traded that day, the ticker did not stop running until about 7:45 p.m. that evening. So there are people that buy during great drops like this. They're called Rockefellers. If you look at the chart here, you can see the incredible, calamitous downturn. But look at the pop back. It went down to 200, certainly, but it popped right back up to 250. Even at its peak here, we're really talking of 400. So we're talking a 50-60% loss, which is significant. But if you held, if you bought, you could have gotten through the stock market crash of 1929. But what happened was people lost their heads, and they sold their stocks that were valuable for pennies. It's not that they needed the pennies. It's not that they had to sell the stocks. They just lost all of their optimism. They lost all of their faith and their hope. And they allowed other people to buy those stocks for the pennies, and those people profited. and it's now your choice of which one of those people you're going to be. An internet chat from Fox Business reveals that MtGox CEO hasn't given up. This is the chat that came from IRC, and we covered earlier, Chris J. reading several highlights. This is that he's at home with his cat being a pain sleeping on his keyboard. So basically, Mark Karpellis' cat is the reason that MtGox hasn't been updated. Mark Karpellis' cat probably ran off with your funds, and if you want your funds back, you should talk to Mark Karpellis' cat, which fortunately we can now show you pictured here. The cat of Mark Karpellis blocking his keyboard. And again, I don't know how anyone can use these non-split, non-ergonomic keyboards. You guys are from the past. Mark Karpellis said that, well, technically speaking, it's not lost just yet, just temporarily unavailable, which is an incredibly strange statement for him to make. If the bitcoins were hacked or stolen, the bitcoins are surely gone. They're not temporarily unavailable, and it's incredibly unfair to his customers of his exchange not to tell them what's happening here. If the money has been lost or stolen, you should come out with it. The bankruptcy court will deal with you later. It's going to come out anyway. We're going to find out everything that happened. We're going to find out everything you did, and it's going to be splattered all over somebody's book, somebody's movie, and we're all going to go see it with popcorn someday. The MtGox story, the Silk Road story are both going to be incredible movies, perhaps made for television, but hopefully we'll see some major studios step in and give this story the treatment that it deserves. Obviously, Karpellis is an incredibly compelling figure who buys a Bitcoin exchange, becomes incredibly successful with his Bitcoin exchange, and then becomes a huge failure, it seems, with his Bitcoin exchange. Truly a Shakespearean story, reminding me of echoes of The Wolf of Wall Street. A similar gain of money, perhaps not such a wild and extravagant spending of the money, but perhaps they just sat on it in piles. They certainly didn't spend it on new programmers who can solve problems, or perhaps a cat wrangler to handle Mr. Karpellis' cat. BitcoinBuilder.com is still running. If people have faith that the Gox coins will come back, you can now buy them at 10 to 1. Trade 1 Bitcoin for 10. That's about it for our news roundup. I believe we're still joined by Mr. Chris Ellis from Feathercoin. And we're on, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 hours into our live hangout here.
Is that right?
I think it was around 12:30 or so. I was looking for a hangout and found that there was already one going on. My plan had worked. People were talking about Bitcoin on video in plain English for everyone to enjoy and to experience.
We're down to 439 viewers. I mean, who are these people like staying on the channel? Like, is it that good?
These are iron men and iron women who will sit through anything to hear Bitcoin discussed intelligently and politely and without a lot of technical jargon.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting quite a lot of trolls in the troll box, actually, aren't we? Where have we posted this? Posted this on Twitter. I put it on the Bitcoin Talk forum.
We gathered a lot of Andreas followers who are very excellent people, but they like to hear Andreas talk, and obviously we can't present that all the time. We do our best to present as much Andreas to you as we can whenever he's available, whenever he wants to speak. And even recently, I was just reading his words, which is the best we can give you right now of Andreas. We're sorry that we're not Andreas, but we're doing our best.
I'm sorry that I'm not Andreas. I'm sorry.
It's important for people. It's important for people to know that not everyone is Andreas. We all want to be as good as him, as smart and quick on his feet, humorful, which is a great feature to have in a spokesperson and in a representative of Bitcoin. So we're very lucky to be represented by Andreas. We'd like to welcome Bonavest back to the live chat. Not sure if your system's functioning, but hello to Bonavest.
Yep, I just wanted to rib you a little bit because I heard you saying we've been going on for like 4 hours. I'm like, ha ha ha, y'all are just now starting.
So what happened to Derek? Did he go?
He said he had an interview, so he had an important business to go to. But again, if we keep this chat running long enough, perhaps everyone will come back. Obviously, Chris J doesn't need to sleep. He has that special ability.
It's true. It's true. I used to work in the film industry. You never sleep. You do like 56 hours straight. No problem.
Rawr.
Let's check in with Bitcoin prices. I believe the MtGox price is still at $135 a coin. The MtGox price, forever frozen. It's been even removed from. Oh, there he is. We can still see some remnants of what used to be on Bitcoin Wisdom. Although they have removed it from this top bar. It used to say MtGox Bitstamp BTCE. Now it just has the Litecoin ratio of Litecoin to Bit as the next best information to give to you. MtGox still frozen at 135.
Yeah, I mean, Litecoin's holding up pretty well considering that so much of its price was being held up by the GOX speculation. Do you remember that? I mean, that was like all the rage, right? Now, I'm just zoomed back in here in the chat box just because I know that we've got a lot of viewers from here. So I thought it'd be nice for them to see themselves. Looks like we've got the Neo Future. I have no answers from MtGox management, thus nothing official to say and no reason to reopen MtGox. Now, this is MtGox, which has been silenced for the last few days, really, ever since the halting of trading. In fact, maybe before that, I can't remember. And so all this dude is doing, I mean, I have to say, he's pretty rude. This guy, I don't have a lot of time for him. I wish I could say something nice about him, but I'm struggling to think of any kind of time where I sort of liked him. He threatens people with banning. He expresses his opinion, and really the only claim to legitimacy that he has is that he's got Mark's email address and that he can, he talks to him every day or so, he says. And so maybe that makes him feel big. I don't really know. But he's not really adding anything to this, and I really did not appreciate him backtracking the way he did earlier today, saying that actually he had never said that the funds were secure, as if to say that he kind of knew that they weren't secure, but actually, he could have told us all this time. So I don't want to go too far with it, but I'm just saying that people are coming in here because these are real people. These aren't rich investors. These aren't wealthy investors. These aren't sophisticated investors. These are just regular people like you and me that heard about Bitcoin, that believed in Bitcoin. Like Bonifest, who, by the way, actually, I probably should say more about. Like, I actually think that what you're doing is pretty cool because you're actually giving people information about something that's really important. Because most of the people in these troll boxes, all they do is they get steered by opinion. But I've heard some really intelligent stuff come out of your show about, particularly like the early one I saw, you guys were talking about the stories that these manipulators would play, and they'd do things to the price to make you believe that it could be done again, right? And they would kind of set this precedent, and that's kind of what it's about, right? You're trying to second guess the market makers, aren't you?
And it not always, but yeah, sometimes when you get used to their tricks, you're kind of like, I see what's going to happen. This has done it before. We talk amongst ourselves in the chat room and stuff. But one of the cool things that happens too when you have a whole bunch of passionate, knowledgeable, smart people, the cool thing is when all that China stuff was going on, when you had the 3 dips in price based on China news, whoever was in the chat rooms that we used to use or that we use now that are tied to the Bonavest show, we knew it because there was people actually translating the Chinese documents, because we have people that are from all over the world. Then I jokingly call them my foreign correspondents or whatever. So it's really cool that stuff comes out, and we have people. I have people that are fans or whatever of the show that are actually over there in China and in over in Hong Kong and a couple in Japan, and and they're feeding us information directly from over there, going, hey, so what do the Chinese think about all of this? And they're like, oh, it's no big deal. Well, what about the deposits? Are they going to get their money out? No, they already pulled it out. Yeah, we know all this information. So it's funny when we see the regular news media or we see other Bitcoin people talk about problems or issues, and we're like, dude, this is not a big deal. Chill out.
Yeah. Absolutely, and that's the power of Bitcoin media and of these new networks that we're a part of, where you can make a connection to someone, you can share your information, your expertise, and everyone understands that the entire community benefits through the sharing of your expertise. When someone creates a new image or a new Photoshop or a new meme or a new video, they're adding to the Bitcoin, they're adding to the community. And as you learn how to do more and to do better, you can give more to the community. And that's what we're looking for in Bitcoin, whether you're a programmer, a designer, or just someone that wants to help out and talk about it and go to meetups and be active on forums, is be what you want to be as a part of Bitcoin. And we'll all work together to build this thing.
Actually, I just moved here back to Texas 2 weeks ago, and then one of the first things I looked up on Meetup.com was to see if there was a Bitcoin group, because I figured this is Dallas, it's pretty huge, so there's bound to be a Bitcoin meetup group, and there's actually one, and I actually plan on going tomorrow or Sunday. They have events going on tomorrow and Sunday, and wanted to see what the possibilities of live streaming from where they're at, and kind of just like live stream and interview them with my mic and just kind of ask them questions about for my show, Bitcoin trading, and see what they say, because I think they're very much into, like what you guys are into, a lot of the socioeconomic issues tied to Bitcoin as opposed to just Bitcoin trading. So I'm going to kind of interview them and see what they know about the trading aspects, or about like what we've been talking about. How about the exchanges, or what do you think about this whole MtGox stuff, and kind of like interview them and live stream it with it.
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea and a great way to find new people to talk about Bitcoin on the internet and to help people get started. As well as we've been talking to Will, who's done a couple of broadcasts from his Hangouts where he'll have a guest come to the meetup virtually, and they'll talk in front of the meetup, and they can ask questions. And we're also talking about doing meetup-to-meetup hang-ups, or Hangouts, where
hang-ups.
The two meetups can talk together, and they could, there's some time zone issues, but we could do a similar party chat to what we have going on here. Start it out on the East Coast meetups, go to the middle of the country, and then go to the West. And if you stay up long enough, you could just party through all of the time zones of the meetups, and that we could really show some solidarity and some connection here between the Bitcoin people.
That makes me think of like New Year's, when you watch New Year's and they show you all the fireworks from all the different time zones and all the different cities and stuff. That's kind of what that reminds me of.
And that's what Bitcoin is it's fireworks going on all the time. Like we were talking about last night, we were waiting for England to wake up. And we were waiting to see how certain countries react to the MtGox news. And, the sun's starting to set here. Everything's moving around the earth. And we finally have this thing that connects us together. But it's not the thing they thought it was going to be. They thought it was going to be kind of a new world order based upon power and control. They thought that the cashless society of money was going to work for them. But it turns out there's going to be a digital surprise. There's going to be this thing called Bitcoin, where you can send money around the world without any controls, without any banks, and you can be your own bank. And no one expected this, but it's taken hold, and all this is doing is promoting the idea to more people. We're going to have more new people watching this podcast, watching other podcasts, reading about Bitcoin, learning about Bitcoin, and hopefully eventually buying a little bit of Bitcoin for themselves, and to hold and to use and to spend and to tip. Bitcoin is for all these things, and it's for everybody. Worldwide. It's very exciting.
Yeah, I think one of the good things that can come out of this, the speculation is that speculators are supposed to build bridges into markets. Like in the old days, what would happen is, a farmer wouldn't be sure whether or not he could grow his crop because he wasn't sure about what the weather was going to do. And so a speculator would come along and he'd say, look, I understand your business. I understand the risks that you face. I've got some surplus capital. I'm willing to share this risk with you. And so I'll buy this corn off of you at an agreed price. It was called a forward. It originated in Osaka, Japan, I believe, like the 17th century. I might be wrong. Someone's sure to correct me there. And actually, I think we need to do something similar with Bitcoin. These speculators, like on the troll box that we're watching, they've already found the ways into this market. They've done all the AML, they've done all the paperwork because they see an opportunity to run a business. And I often kind of have a go at them, and I don't mean to do it like, I don't mean to be like, really judgmental with it. I just feel like if that's all you're going to do all day, you're just going to stare at the charts all day, I sort of feel like you could be doing more. Like there could be a way in which you're actually adding liquidity so that other people can buy into this market, so that you don't just keep them on BTCE. And also give people like Bonavest, you know, is doing really well, but give people a way to build a reputation as good traders. So maybe you become someone with a reputation who's a good trader, and other people can kind of park their capital with you, and you can kind of, you know, take some money that way. I mean, maybe that's a bit ambitious for you personally. What do you think about that idea?
Yeah, I mean, I I started all this on accident. It was just a group of us that used to get on a chat room inside of btccharts.com, just stare at charts all night, and we would just chat in there. And then one day we did a hangout, and so there was like 8 of us, you know, in a room talking, 8 or 10 of us in a room talking. And then one time I just decided to make it public and stream it. And next thing you know, that night, well, we did 9.5 hours straight, and we had like concurrently like 116 people watching. And I think over the course of 9.5 hours, we had like 500 or 600 views. So it was kind of just purely on accident. And I've never thought or started to try to say that I want to be an expert trader or a very successful trader. I'm an average, if anything, trader. I know some stuff over the years of trading other things, but I'm by no means a professional trader or you know, somebody that makes a living off of trading. But what I've found with the people that watch the show and are looking for information about trading is that's exactly where they are. They're not anyone that's an expert. They're not looking to make it a full-time career or anything. They just want to get some good information on how to do it, and can appreciate that some of the stuff that the direction I come from is just an average everyday kind of guy. I don't have millions, though. Yes, I do have quite a bit more money staked in Bitcoin than some people, but a lot of the information that I delve out is usually able to be used by those with smaller wallets.
Absolutely, and I think Chris J brings up an interesting point about possible exchanges of the future, where if everything was turned inside out, and if I could see everyone's trades, and I could see all of them that were going on, I could tell that user number 145623 is a heck of a trader, and that somehow this guy is hitting, you know, 80% profit or 90% profit something. Well, in the Bitcoin exchange of the future that I'm thinking about, I could just tell my trading bot to mirror that guy's trades, and we could just chase him around. And maybe it's not the best strategy. Maybe he becomes a big loser sometime.
But that doesn't work.
Game.
Yeah, that won't work.
That doesn't work because it's zero sum, you see. If everyone did that, you'd just have one trader left in the world making all the best trades. So
no,
the
actually,
thing is,
you wouldn't get anything because everybody would be wanting to sell and buy at the same exact points.
Yeah, exactly. Because the thing is, it's also a time function. Like, I might be willing to buy at a premium when you're selling, because I'm willing to take a longer term position in this market than you. So a lot of this has to do with time preferences. So I've got a very long outlook on Bitcoin, whereas other people might be shorting because they need the cash now, and it all comes down to cash flow. So I don't think it really works like that. And I think we'd have to be a little bit careful. But I do like the idea that traders can kind of build reputations, and that you can then sort of